ఫోటోగ్రాఫర్ Jagan వెళ్ళి మనకే ఫోన్ వాళ్ళ అకౌంట్ నాయన కూర్చుని అక్క
Last call for passengers on flight
ఓసారి మస్తీ చేద్దామా
బ్యాక్ వెళ్ళిపోండి అయితే అన్న రాకన్నా ఇక్కడ ఉండండి షూటింగ్ ఉంటుంది చిన్న అక్కడే ఉంది చిన్న బాధ సార్ మా అన్నకి ఎవరు దిక్కులేరు మీరే అన్నగా ఉండాలని దేవుడితో ప్రార్థిస్తున్నాం వీళ్ళు తీస్తారు చంద్ర నువ్వంటే భలే అభిమానం సార్ అన్న అన్న అనుకుంటూ ఉంటుంది కెమెరా బ్యాక్ లైవ్ పోతుంది కదా వీళ్ళు కలపట్లేదా బాలాజీ బాలాజీ కామరా బలారే సార్
పడిందా మందే అడ్వైజ్ చేసి
నువ్వు మాట్లాడుకో దొబ్బుతా అంటే
మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాలేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాము.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్.
వైర్ చేసుకో, ఇంకో వైర్ 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 చేసుకో. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఓకే 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 మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్కచెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాలేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాను.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్.
బయట చేసుకో, ఇంకో వైరు బయట చేసుకో. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ. మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్కచెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాళేము కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా
ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాను.
Natural, unadulterated. Himalaya Botanic Toothpaste.
The all-new Tata Altroz.
వైర్ చేసుకో, ఇంకో వైర్ చేసుకో. థ్యాంక్ యూ. మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్కచెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాళేము కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా
ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాము.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. వైర్ తీసుకో, ఇంకో వైర్ తీసుకో. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాలేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా
ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాము.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. బయట తీసుకో, ఇంకో వైరు బయట తీసుకో. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్కచెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాలేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా
ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాము.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. వైర్ చేసుకో, ఇంకో వైర్ 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 చేసుకో. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ. మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాళమైతే వెనక్కి తాళేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా
ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాము.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. వైర్ చేసుకో, ఇంకో వైర్ 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 చేసుకో. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాలేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాను.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. బయట చేసుకో, ఇంకో వైరు బయట చేసుకో. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైనా రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాలేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాము.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. బయట చేసుకో, ఇంకో బయట చేసుకో. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తేడమైతే వెనక్కి తాలేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే.
పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాము.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. బయట చేసుకో, ఇంకో బయట చేసుకో. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాళమైతే వెనక్కి తాళేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా
ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాము.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. వైర్ చేసుకో, ఇదిగో వైర్ 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 చేసుకో. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాళేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా
ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి.
Summer sun, bring it on. The Man Company's SPF 50 sunscreen gel with PentaShield technology. Powered by 5 actives for superior sun protection. It gives you fast absorption, no chip, zero white cast. Stay UV protected all summer long with the Man Company's sunscreen PentaShield technology.
సింఫనీ తీసుకున్నావా?
నాన్న,
ఇంకా చాలా కూలర్లు ఉన్నాయి కదా తక్కువ రేట్కే.
కానీ అమ్మైతే ఒక్కతే కదా.
బాగుంది.
మన వారి కోసం కేవలం సింఫనీ వారి రిమ్జిమ్ కూలింగ్.
వైర్ చేసుకో, ఇదిగో వైర్ 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 చేసుకో.
థ్యాంక్ యూ. మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాళమైతే వెనక్కి తాళేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా
ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాము.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. వైర్ తీసుకో, ఇంకో వైర్ 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 తీసుకో. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది
మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తేడమైతే వెనక్కి తాళేము కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుని మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాను. కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. బయట తీసుకో, ఇంకో బయట తీసుకో. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ. మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తేడమైతే వెనక్కి తాళేము కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది
వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుని మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాము.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. వైర్ చేసుకో, ఇంకో వైర్ 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 చేసుకో. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాలేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా
ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాను.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. వైర్ చేసుకో, ఇంకో వైర్ 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 చేసుకో. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాళేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా
ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాను.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్.
వైర్ చేసుకో, ఇదిగో వైర్ 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 చేసుకో. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ. మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాళేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాము. కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. వైర్ చేసుకో, ఇదిగో వైర్ 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 చేసుకో. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ. మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాళేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా
ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాను.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్.
బయట చేసుకో, ఇంకో వైరు బయట చేసుకో. థ్యాంక్ యూ. మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాళేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా
ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తాలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాను.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్.
బయట తీసుకో, ఇంకో వైరు బయట తీసుకో.
ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తేడమైతే వెనక్కి తాలేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా
ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తేలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాము.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్.
బయట చేసుకో, ఇంకో వైరు బయట చేసుకో. థ్యాంక్ యూ. మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాలేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా
ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అన్ని రకాలుగా మురళికి అండగా తోడుగా ఉంటాం. పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి ఒక 25 లక్షల రూపాయలు వైఎస్ఆర్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరపు నుంచి అండగా ఉంటూ ఆ కుటుంబానికి తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం చేస్తాం. మనిషిని తేలేకపోయినా కూడా తాను చేసిన త్యాగానికి అందరం కూడా అండగా తోడుగా ఉండే కార్యక్రమం అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఇలా కుటుంబానికి మంచి జరగాలని, చనిపోయిన మురళికి తన ఆత్మకు శాంతి కలగాలని దేవుణ్ణి మనసారా కూడా కోరుకుంటాము.
కోటి కోటి ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. వైర్ చేసుకో, ఇంకో వైర్ 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 చేసుకో. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
మురళీ నాయక్ చిన్నవాడైన రాష్ట్రంలో చాలామందికి పెద్దలకు కూడా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఒక పెద్ద వ్యక్తిగా ఎదిగాడు తన చావుతో. భారతదేశం కోసం తాను పోరాడుతూ తన చావు వల్ల అనేక మంది మిగిలిన అన్నదమ్ములు అక్క చెల్లెమ్మలకు
రక్షణిస్తూ తన ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోయాడు. అలాంటి మురళిని తాడమైతే వెనక్కి తాళేము, కానీ మురళి చేసిన త్యాగానికైతే మాత్రం
ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా మురళికి ఇప్పటికీ కూడా రుణపడే ఉంటాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఏ జవాన్ చనిపోయినా కూడా
ఆ జవాన్లకు ఇటువంటి ఘటనలో ఏదైనా కానీ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే, దేశం కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తూ ప్రాణాలు కోల్పోతే 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చే సాంప్రదాయం మొదలుపెట్టింది వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో మొదలుపెట్టినందుకు చాలా సంతోషపడతా ఉన్నాం. ఆ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ ఇప్పటి ప్రభుత్వం కూడా 50 లక్షల రూపాయలు మురళి కుటుంబానికి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకొచ్చినందుకు
ఈ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలే.
Hello and welcome to First Post. With me is Dr. KV Subramanian. He is an executive director at the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. Before that, he was the chief economic advisor to the government of India. Apart from being an accomplished economist, he is also an author, and his latest book has come out. It's called India at 100, Envisioning Tomorrow's Economic Powerhouse. Dr. Subramanian, very good to see you.
So good to be with you here talking, Palki.
Congratulations on the book.
Thank you.
And let's start this conversation with your own story. You had a modest beginning. I believe that your father had to abandon his education because of financial hardships, and that is where you started from, and you've made it to where you have. In a lot of ways, it mirrors the growth of India's middle class post-liberalization, post-1991. How would you say the economic reforms some 30 years ago impacted your growth and your personal story?
So it's true, Palki, and I'm glad you brought it up. My father lost his father when he was 7 years old, and he could only go to school, finish school. He wanted to study more, but he couldn't, and therefore he made sure that me and my younger brother were two siblings. He gave us, education and ensure that I was the first person in our entire clan to go to university. So in that sense, it's been quite a, it's really nice. Every time I actually, I'm able to contribute, I think of him, because it's in some sense living his dreams as well. So in that sense, I think the liberalization was a very, very, I would say, seminal moment. I remember reading about liberalization, sitting in the reading room at IIT Kanpur, and in fact, that was my first exposure really to economics, and drew me into economics. And I think there is absolutely no doubt, if you look at the macroeconomic level,
It's made a big difference. Share a telling statistic. If you looked at the GDP per capita that India had in 1947 and now, it's identical. 9,000 rupees was the GDP per capita, in 1947, 3.3 rupees to the dollar. So it was about 2,730, which is exactly what it is now. That essentially, now in between, I think that's the story of liberalization. From 2,730, we brought it to $300 per capita, by 1991. So lost, 9 times as much. And then we've retrieved that back now to 2,730 similarly. So just think about it, over a 75-year period, we basically, through the Nehruvian socialism, we managed to actually lose almost the entire of that economic whatever was left after the British left. So from there, I think from 300 to now 2,700, 9 times, increase in GDP per capita. That to me is really the benefit of liberalization. If there's one theme I take about and actually which should resonate with everybody, all policymakers, is the importance of competition. What liberalization did for us is competition. I think no better example than the media itself. Think about the time when there was only one Doordarshan, where we used to tune in and today, and I think the competition has brought out so much, right? So all of you competing and really, healthy competition actually enhances capabilities. So that to me is really the thread that I want to, latch on to and hopefully resonate. Across the board, whether it's actually take our competitive examinations, industries, anywhere where there's healthy competition that builds capabilities that actually enhances overall welfare.
Right, and we do have the quota system, but that's a different sort of, I think, will need a full conversation on its own. Sure. The way you put it, from where we started in 1947 to the point of liberalization and now, you're also looking ahead.
Yes.
Your book envisions India becoming a $55 trillion economy by 2047, which is a very good goal to have, but very ambitious as well. And for our viewers, let me put this in perspective. The US is the biggest economy at this point, a little over 25 trillion. China is second at 17. We are 3.3 in 2024. Yeah. And you're saying we'll be 55 trillion in 2047. What is it that makes you so optimistic about India's potential?
So I'm sure, Palki, you and the viewers would have observed, I always make any of my assessments based on rigorous data and economic analysis. Let me start by giving a couple of examples. Let's take Japan. From 1970 to 1995, a 25-year period, the Japanese economy actually grew in nominal GDP dollar terms by 25.6 times. In 1970, its GDP was 220 billion. By 1995, it was $5.5 trillion. If you take China, and I didn't give China as the first example because people will say that's not a democracy, but Japan certainly was. So China from 1996 to 2021 grew its GDP by 22 times. That is the power of compounding. Over a 25-year period, compounding really works. And what I am talking about here is about a 16 times increase in India's GDP. And let me lay it out for the benefit of the viewers. If you take 8% growth, and I think that is where the ambition really is, I'll expand on that. 5% inflation, which is what has been there historic, if you look at from 2016 onwards, post the inflation targeting regime, that is despite COVID, despite the Ukraine war and the supply side problems. So I think it's very reasonable to assume, therefore, that 5% inflation should be there. I think it may be conservative, but very reasonable. So 8 plus 5, that's 13% in nominal rupee terms. Now, I estimate based on, the difference, change in inflation, that the rate of depreciation of the rupee going forward will be less than 1%. It has been about 3.5% historically, but I'll come to and I'll explain why. In the book, I estimate it's 1%. Now, because depreciation reduces the value in dollar terms compared to rupees, you have to subtract that 1%. So 13 minus 1 makes it 12%. Now, at 12% rate of growth in dollar terms, your GDP multiplies every 6 years. This is the rule of 72. So, 72 divided by 12, 6 years. Over a 24-year period from 2023 to 2047, if GDP multiplies every 6 years, there are 4 doublings. That's 2 into 2 into 2 into 2, which is 16 times. That's basically what I'm talking about. And I'll explain this in even more detail. In 2023, India's GDP was 3.28 trillion. Let's approximate it 3.25. So the 4 doublings means from 3.25 to 6.5, that's your first doubling. 6.5 to 13, that's your second doubling. 13 to 26, that's your third doubling. And 26 to 52, which is close to the 55 trillion. Now, this is where the power of compounding can be illustrated. If on the other hand, GDP grows only at 9% in dollar terms, then GDP multiplies only every 8 years, doubles every 8 years. So over a 24-year period, you don't get 16 times multiplication, you get only 8 times multiplication. This is what, Japan and China actually saw. They grew at very high rates in dollar terms during their 25-year period. So we need to seek inspiration from that, and I think India can. If you look at historically, India has grown at about 7% in real terms. So 8% is a stretch goal, and I've kept that stretch goal so that we have that ambition and we can deliver that 8%. In other words, the rest of it actually is not as critical as the 8% growth. Let me just spend a minute on explaining why the rate of depreciation is likely to be lower. So if you look from 1991 onwards, the rupee has depreciated on average by about 3.5%, annually. Now, this has been during a period where India's inflation has been about 7.5%. Now, one of the fundamental credos in international economics is that if a currency faces higher inflation, its value in purchasing power terms actually erodes faster, right? For instance, to explain, say, to make sure things are understood very well, if I have 100 rupees in my pocket today, with 5% inflation, I can buy only 95 rupees worth of goods or services next year. If you take the US, where inflation is 2%, $100 worth of money in the pocket can buy $100 worth of goods and services now, but only 98 next year. So the 5% inflation is eroding value of the rupee much more or much faster than that of the dollar. When inflation was 7.5%, it was eroding even faster. And that is why one of the fundamental aspects, therefore, is that higher the inflation, higher the rate of depreciation. Conversely, therefore, lower the rate of inflation, lower the rate of depreciation as well. So a fall from 7.5% inflation, which is what has prevailed in the past, to 5% now with inflation targeting regime in place, will shave off at least 2.5% on the rate of depreciation, which is why I think actually the rate of depreciation will be about 1%, not 3.5%.
Right. You've done a lot. You've done your math, obviously. There are a lot of assumptions there also, and there are a lot of variables. When we're looking at a 25-year projection, then obviously a lot can change.
So let me just intervene. Actually, say I wouldn't say assumptions, Palki, in the sense that I'm building everything ground up. Not just that, I've also tested the framework for previous 25-year periods. Even, for instance, the 8% growth that I've talked about, actually in one chapter, I've devoted an entire chapter to looking at the investment rate that, what investment rate and what productivity can deliver. So everything I'm building it grounds up. In some sense, rather than sort of just being superficial and making an assumption about the growth rate itself, I am building it from more,
No, when I say assumption, of course, it has basis in your understanding of the subject and so on and so forth. What I'm trying to say is that even in the last 10 years, if you were to look at this 10-year period, India has seen stupendous growth. We've emerged as a force to reckon with on the global stage. But there have been challenges. There has been a pandemic, which no one could have foreseen, and the disruption was immense.
Tell me about it.
Right? There have been 2 wars, 32 conflicts at last count that we've seen across the world. We've seen climate crises, we've seen geopolitical tensions.
Indeed.
So there are challenges. As we, as a country, chase this 55 trillion target, what, according to you, is the biggest threat to India's economic ambitions?
No, I think that's a very good question, Palki. Let me again draw on the example that I gave you, of Japan. As I said, Japan's GDP multiplied 26 times from 1970 to 1995. Now, this was not a honeymoon period for the economy. There was the Vietnam War. There was the oil shock, which led to hyperinflation in the United States, double-digit inflation, and therefore growth was impacted. In fact, that kind of inflation the United States has not had ever since, even during COVID, for instance, and following the Ukraine war. So Japan actually managed to grow its GDP 26 times despite these challenges. I think there is an important lesson in there. If you take China as well, which I gave the example of, it's multiplied its GDP 22 times. It did that during this period where there was the global financial crisis. There was also the COVID. So I think whenever one looks at a 20-25-year period, headwinds will certainly be there. Equally, there is also possibility of tailwinds. That's the balance that you have to keep in mind. I would rather not focus only on the headwinds. I would say there are both of them. From the perspective, because you've asked me about this, the headwinds that I see, I think there are a few. Certainly, climate change is one, and I've written about it. Therefore, there is the possibility of already we are in there, the deglobalization, and I think as a result, the impact possibly on some of our exports. And also, industrial policy actually changing tack in many of the advanced economies when they're facing competition. So those are actually, I think, potential, headwinds that India will have to face. But here I'll give you an example. Again, one more. So when I think about, the potential that I'm assessing about the Indian economy, I think about how Sunil Gavaskar assessed Sachin Tendulkar's potential in 1993. At that time, Sachin had played cricket for about 4 years and he had performed. Based on that performance, Sunil Gavaskar said, if he does not end up with at least 30 international hundreds and 15,000 runs, I'll be very disappointed. In a similar way, based on past performance, I am assessing India's potential. No claims to be Sunil Gavaskar of anything, let alone cricket.
But you're saying India will be the Sachin Tendulkar.
India will be the Sachin Tendulkar of the global economy. And the important lesson here is, it's not as if Sachin did not face challenges. He had the tennis elbow surgery. He had to, bat at a different position during Greg Chappell's, so there may be self-created, there may be, other challenges. But I think the important point is he worked hard and, creatively worked to overcome these challenges, which is what India will have to do as well. Any 25-year period will obviously not be just a straight line. There will be challenges, headwinds and tailwinds. But I think the important part is we should keep our focus on delivering that 8% growth, and across 27 chapters, I've laid out what are the policy steps we need to take. If we do that, I have absolutely no hesitation in saying that we can, counter those headwinds, utilize the tailwinds to deliver this ambition.
Yes, and since we're talking about challenges, we're meeting on the 7th of October. Last year on this day, we saw an attack on Israel, and that sort of set in motion events that have impacted the whole world.
Yes.
Now we are seeing an even bigger conflict loom between Iran and Israel and the fighting that's going on in Lebanon. How do you think this impacts India, and do you think that a wider war in West Asia will be detrimental to India's interests?
Again, I think that's a nice probing question, Palki. So let me, give you a sense of why I think the focus on our own policies is really critical. And I gave the example of Japan and China, which actually focused on their domestic economy. If we take the various components of GDP, India's GDP. So GDP is comprised of, you have consumption, you have investment, you have government spending, and exports minus imports, or what are called net exports, right? About 60% of India's GDP is accounted for by consumption. 30% is investment, and the remaining 10% is basically government spending, with the net exports contributing a much smaller portion. Imports being actually higher than exports overall. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this to highlight that 60% of the consumption, that is domestic. Investment, actually, FDI is about 100, maybe 1.5%, maybe 2%. Even if we go to 3%, it's still a small contribution compared to 30% overall investment in the economy, and 10% government spending is what the government, decides here. So in other words, if we start thinking about it more rigorously, in my opinion, we end up sort of, I think, overestimating the impact of the global economy on India, because as you can see through these numbers that I've shown, that a large part of our GDP comes from domestic sources.
Yes, but we're talking about West Asia, which is an oil-producing region,
yes,
and we are an oil-dependent country.
True.
We import a lot of it. So
True.
any disruption in the oil market has a direct bearing on our finances, both individual and at the government level.
Indeed, I think, but I'm saying again, if you look at it using these numbers that I said, right? So, I've looked at this. If you take, for instance, the impact of oil earlier, when for instance, there was administered prices in whether it was petrol, diesel, etc., it would directly impact our fiscal deficit. Now it does not, because those prices actually, are passed on, and rightly so. So fiscal deficit is not going to get impacted by the crude oil price directly. What does get impacted is inflation, because you have, especially transportation costs can go up, and middle class actually uses petrol. But the component of that overall contribution to inflation is about 15% maximum. And so even if, let's say, so if there is a $1 increase in the crude oil price, the impact on on inflation will be about 1/15th of that, or 6% or so, right? Of about 15% of that. Through that, the impact on consumption again actually is not very high. I think that's what when you crunch to these numbers and start thinking quantitatively, what I'm trying to say is that yes, these factors are there, but I think quantitatively they are not as important, and therefore as long as we ensure domestic policies are done well, I think we can tide over,
So governments cannot blame international disruptions beyond a point.
Beyond a point, indeed. In fact, actually here I'll put far more onus, on the state governments. Because irrespective of the, political dispensation, since 1991, central governments have pushed on reforms. Some governments more so, some others not as much. But really the onus, when I look at whether it's on governance or on reforms, it is on the states. For instance, one of the things that puzzles me when I was part of the government, it used to, but certainly now, is that when the central government budget is presented, there's, a full set of attention, a full party and questions asked, rightly so. But why is it the case that, when state government budgets are presented, they basically, nobody pays any attention? There isn't a single media channel that basically goes and asks, let's say, the Maharashtra government or the Gujarat or the, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana or Tamil Nadu government saying, what reforms did you do? How did you enhance the, quality of life of the common citizen? Manufacturing, we talk a lot about manufacturing. Again, if you start analyzing carefully, almost 80% of policy relating to manufacturing is at the state level. Land, that's a state subject. Labor, good part of it actually is a state subject. Power, which manufacturing sector firms need, that is basically again states, because if they give free power to to their farmers, it becomes costly for manufacturing firms. Ease of doing business, all the permissions that are to be taken, whether it's actually land permissions, environmental, all these are states. So what I'm trying to say is that rather than trying to always say, oh, the international situation isn't, let's say, as favorable, that to me is not good enough reason. If our state governments in particular can actually, pull up their socks, and we citizens need to highlight to them that, you need to start talking about reforms, and we need to ask questions. And this is something I'll, use your platform to also put the onus on a CII, a FICCI or an ASSOCHAM, saying, why aren't you holding seminars basically after the state government budget together with the media and saying how many reforms were done? What is it? This is really critical, because states now need to start delivering on reforms, and that is what will be really critical for us to be able to achieve some of these goals.
That's a point well taken. I suppose regional platforms do highlight it, but we could obviously do more. At the same time, I have to say that when the economy does well and the credit goes to the central government, when the economy is flagging or there are challenges, the flag also goes to the central government. That's how it works.
No, I concede that, Palki. I think that's rightly so. But, when you get, let's say, bouquets, you should get brickbats too, and that's a fair game. All I am trying to point out is that, while the macroeconomy, of course, is the responsibility of the central government, there are aspects actually which are, the responsibility of the states.
Absolutely.
And I think it is really critical to make sure that, because responsibility and power are two sides of the same coin. When it comes to, for instance, things like GST or other aspects, states focus on their power, saying you're stepping into our shoes, which is they're exercising their power. Rightly so, do that. But then what about your responsibility? What about delivering on some of the reforms? And I think I have absolutely no hesitation to say that overall states have actually disappointed in the last 30 years.
Some of the states are doing very badly. Their debt situation is very bad.
Debt situation is very bad. But it is also because, we all people, we get the governments that we actually deserve. If we don't put the attention on the states, actually on asking them questions, the right questions, they will continue to do what they've been doing.
Yes, I think there's a lot that can be done in that sphere. We're talking about reforms. We talked about liberalization. You also spoke about deglobalization. That is what a lot of countries in the world are also now looking at. Looking at India, do you think the reforms and the opening up have made us more vulnerable to external shocks, or do you think that's the only way we could have grown?
So, this is an aspect of economics and general business itself. Risk and return go together. If if basically we want zero risk, then we can only get the risk-free rate, which is deposits in banks, etc. In general, if we have to generate higher return in the form of higher GDP growth, etc., we have to take some well-managed risk. I'm not saying basically throw caution to the winds, but zero risk is not the way to go actually. And there'll be some exposure to obviously global factors, and I think Indian economy has become more integrated. But as I was explaining, earlier as well, by sort of decomposing the various, aspects of GDP, clearly the impact of the global economy on us, in terms of in the direct manner, is not as much. Yes, sentiments actually, and maybe in here as well, I think people overread the sentiments because they do not sort of analyze it in this manner, saying if 60% consumption, 60% is consumption, 30% is investment, and 10% is government spending, all of which are mostly domestic, then it's maybe we're actually overreading the sentiment aspect. So I think there are some risks, undeniably, but as I spoke using the examples of other countries, or Japan or China or even India, the way we actually encountered COVID, for instance, and the way we've come out of that, I think is indeed commendable. So there is enough evidence actually globally and in India itself that we should be able to tackle these challenges with sensible policy.
You're based in the US now, and in less than a month from now, the US is going to vote for its next president. It's being called a very tight race between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Do you think the outcome of that election will have a bearing on India's economic policy?
Very marginally, I think. If we look at the governments in the two different spectrums, each one of them emphasizes different aspects. But overall, I think the simple fact remains that the US and India are natural economic partners. Of course, both countries are democracies. We are the largest democracy, they're the oldest democracy. So there's clearly a natural alliance there. And I think, mutual interests there is what governs these relationships. And I think if you look at over the last 8 years across two different governments, the strength of the relationship has only grown. So I don't see much of a risk on that dimension.
Even if it's Donald Trump, who has been fairly critical of India's economic policy, although he says good things about the Prime Minister of India, he's raised the issue of tariffs on imports in India. Do you think a Trump presidency potentially will put us at more risk?
I think the way what I'm trying to say is, while there might be some aspects where they may actually focus on, there'll be others where actually there'll be benefits. And I think it is true that the earlier Trump administration had focused on some of these aspects of tariffs, etc. But equally, there were also, other aspects where there was far more cooperation too. So I think, it net, there will be actually not as much impact, in my opinion, irrespective of whichever administration that, I'm a firm believer actually, like, if you remember, cricket captains, if you ask them actually a day before the match, they'll say, ask them a question about the opposition, they'll say that we are focusing on our team. That is basically what is my message. We should be focusing on our team. And I think extraneous factors should not be really driving much of our responses.
China, our neighbor, has been going through a slowdown, and after brazening it out and not admitting that there was a problem, Beijing finally seems to be doing something. We've seen some interventions, some stimulus measures in the recent past, and the debate is still on whether that's going to be enough. Do you think it's enough, what they've done so far, and do you see China coming out of this slump in the near future?
So one of the aspects, and I think there's been a lot written on this already, is that there are some structural aspects that I think are at the heart of what we are seeing in China. And I think a key part of that is the demographic change that in the next 25, 30 years, I think their working population is likely to decline significantly. Also, if you look at even in their growth phase, their GDP growth was far more investment driven. It hasn't been as much consumption driven. And I think the demographic change will only exacerbate some of those aspects. So I think the aspects that the Chinese economy actually right now encounters is more structural. And one would have to wait and see, how the responses come about, because I think these kind of stimuluses, I don't think really address the structural problems. They are, the sort of temporary solutions that potentially can help in the in the interim. But without a fix on some of the structural problems, I think long-term growth we'll have to wait and watch. I'm actually not as sanguine about the impact of the policy response, because the optimal policy response would be one that focuses on some of the structural problems.
And how do you see the approach of the current leadership, both in terms of how they deal with the issue of wealth at home, big corporate players, the Chinese government, their engagement and their interaction and the actions that some of them have faced, their engagement with the rest of the world? Do you think that also has a bearing, their politics and their policy has a bearing on the way the economy is moving?
As an economist, actually, I'm generally averse to talking about domestic politics itself. You're trying to ask me about international politics. I don't really have much of an opinion on their politics. But I think all I will say is that the economic aspects are what I think need focus at this point in time. But in any country, I guess the politics and the economics do combine.
Fair enough. That was a clear steering clear of the question, but that's fine. Do you think India stands to gain from China's slump in any way?
I think that's been the China plus aspect that has been talked about. India definitely has the potential, and India is benefiting from it, but we can do more.
Is it? How?
Yes, if you look at, for instance, manufacturing sector growth, last year, if you look at the economic survey numbers, manufacturing sector grew at 9.8% on a GDP growth of 8.2%. So if you look at semiconductors, for instance, there's been significant growth there. But I think, as I said, actually we can do more. We are, a country that can actually provide an equal sort of replacement for China. And I think that's where, therefore, the focus needs to be on far more on policy. Especially if you look at manufacturing, as I said, labor laws, which were passed in 2020. I think, it's high time now that the subordinate legislation is passed. States need to focus, especially land. I think whenever one talks about, when I talk to people who actually want to start a manufacturing firm, they always lament about how difficult it is actually, and how involved and complex it is to be able to, get land. And I think that is something that states have to focus on. And I think aspects of power and some of the transportation, there's been good, I think, improvements on some of these aspects. Logistics, I think our ports have started delivering. The turnaround times are much better. Our roads have improved significantly. But I think power cost still needs to come down substantially, because when you think about a manufacturing sector firm that wants to, let's say, set up base in India and wants to move away from China, then their overall costs have to actually be have to be similar to what they face in a China or maybe a Vietnam or a Thailand. And I think that's where we have to offer, and it's all the policy aspects, especially on some of these parts that I mentioned. That is where the focus needs to be. So I think we are benefiting. We have the potential to benefit even more, and that requires, I think, the onus to be on policy relating to manufacturing, where states in particular and center too need to move faster. For instance, if you think about it, and this is, many entrepreneurs have shared this, when they go to China, for instance, right? If they want to set up let's say a factory in some city, the municipal person, basically whoever is the head, comes with a file which is actually everything is taken care of, all permissions. Person just needs to see through and sign, and lo and behold, the factory is ready to be that kind of
that is not possible. We are a democracy at the end of the day, and it is messy, and we operate on the principle of consensus with all the stakeholders, which may not be the case in China. So how can we create our own unique model?
No, I wouldn't say that is not possible, Balki. I think it's difficult, but impossible is not a word that is there in my dictionary. I think what I'm talking about is, if not, let's say, having something ready immediately, but there can be a situation where, let's say, within 2 weeks, I think that's a very reasonable period of time where, and one of the main aspects is the permissions. Right now, actually, what happens is, especially at the state level, entrepreneurs have to often run from pillar to post to get every kind of permission. And many times, actually, files sit in desks for reasons that we all know and which must be attended to.
So red tape and corruption.
Yes, I think the combination of that, and this is something that I don't think we can or we should be saying that it is impossible to. We should at least be reducing. Maybe it's making it zero. I think no country ever. I mean, in every economy you actually get varying degrees of this. But I think we should definitely be aspiring to reduce it significantly and make it easier for our entrepreneurs. And as I said again, I put the onus on the state significantly, with also the onus on labor reforms, for the center. I think even capital, for instance, cost of capital needs to go down. These are aspects. If we do that, we will be able to realize this potential even more. There is a lot of potential, and I think time is ticking. We have to actually make sure that we avail these benefits and act quickly.
Yes, because for all the talk of de-risking, decoupling, etc., a bulk of the players are still going to, like you said, China, Vietnam, Thailand, and so on. And even in India, whatever we're doing is mostly assembling rather than manufacturing.
So see, there actually I have a nuanced view, Palki. I think if you look at not just in India, and I'll give you examples of India, but other countries too, wherever every industry actually typically starts with assembling and then graduates into value-added manufacturing. If you take, for instance, automobiles in the late 80s, when Maruti started basically manufacturing the Maruti 800 car, at that time all the components used to come from Suzuki and they were assembled here. Now, over the next 40 odd years, actually close to 40 years, the entire supply chain has grown in India. Similarly, it's happening with semiconductors now, and I think that is the case with, if you look at every export, a country that has become very powerful in exports, it has started with basically assembling and then, graduated into value-added manufacturing. It's like, if you have to learn to run, you have to first learn to walk. Otherwise,
so we're on the right track, you say.
We are. But I think speed. I think I tend to be impatient on these. We should definitely do assembling, but we should also have the aspiration to quickly graduate into value-added manufacturing. All I'm saying is, we cannot target value-added manufacturing right away without doing the assembling part. But it shouldn't be a reason for us to say we'll continue assembling all the time for the next decade or so. No, that is not. That's not how we will be able to utilize the opportunity that we have right now from the China Plus, focus.
The other thing is our own trade dependence on China, which has grown despite all the political and defense-related concerns as well. And post-Galwan, we saw an attempt to limit Chinese presence, but we've not been able to really do that. And off late, there seems to have been a rethink with more opening up to Chinese companies, investment, visas, and so on. We've seen like a string of policy moves and thinking along these lines. Do you think that's the right path for India to pursue? Do you think that's the only option as things stand?
In my opinion, I think whenever we think about economics in our country, we have to keep the geopolitics in mind as well. So this is a very nuanced issue, and I think while some people will believe that there is no color of money, I am actually not given to that belief. And especially given the episodes that you mentioned, I do care about the color of the money. So I would leave it at that.
I don't want to leave it at that. I want to ask you. Okay. So you think that we should reconsider our engagement with China economically, and we should look for options rather than, because this year in the budget and post that, we've seen a shift in that direction, that it's okay, let's work with them.
I think it's good to have a conversation, a debate on this, but I think the final thoughts on this must not be only about the economics. It has to actually factor in the geopolitical aspects as well. That is what I'm saying. If you say, for instance, just focusing on the economics, I think the solution might be one. But if you factor in the geopolitical aspects, then the solution may be different. And I think it's good to have a conversation. But my own view is that this is far too important for just economics to be driving, the answer to this question.
Do you think the rest of the world is sort of waking up to this? Europe, for instance, after a lot of back and forth and despite divisions that still persist, they last week decided to impose higher tariffs on Chinese-made EVs, and it is going to cause short-term pain and disruption to their own economies and markets. But they have, we don't know if they're going to stay the course. They have till the end of this month to decide. But they seem to be finally going down that path.
I think in general, and we were talking about this earlier as well, about the change in industrial policy or, some of these trade policy, even in the G7 economies. I think this is an aspect that I've been mentioning earlier as well, where, a few years back when some of these advanced economies were talking about some of the tariffs, let's say, that were, which were being put on finished goods, for instance. The thought that I had is that every country tries to do what is good for its economy, and India was doing that as well. It's not good to put, on let's say, raw materials and intermediates, because that hurt our own, economic interests. But I think finished goods actually, so that's a nuance to it. I think now countries are doing it, and that is sort of, in some sense, sort of vindicating what the nuanced approach that India took as well. I think overall, in the kind of geopolitical situation we are in, the interaction between economics and some of the geopolitical aspects actually is something that is here to stay.
Absolutely. The other advantage that India clearly has over others is the people, the talent.
Yes.
We could be the talent headquarters of the world. We talk about the demographic dividend, but without the right policies, it could be a ticking time bomb too. And the bigger challenge is creation of jobs. How do you think India should deal with this jobs crisis?
I'm glad that you asked this, Palki, because of the 4 pillars that I've talked about in the book, the second pillar, which is social and economic inclusion, is essentially is really it's capturing the importance of jobs for social and economic inclusion. Let me put it this way: if you were to wake me up at 3 o'clock in the night and said, "Hey, you're a policy maker. You think about what is policy for India. Then tell me 3 things that keep you awake at night." I would say job about my father. I use that as an example. If he had not, for instance, gotten a job in Indian Railways, that was a formal sector job. There is no way, I and my brother would have been educated, and I wouldn't be here talking about the Indian economy. So I think, a job lifts not only one family but generations. And I think the kind of stories that we have, not just mine, but many others. We know so many friends of ours who actually have had similar stories coming from lower middle class families. Actually, their parents, working in, let's say, in formal sector firms, were able to educate them. And I think that story needs to actually permeate across India. Sections of the population that are below the lower middle class, even they need to have such stories to, their kids, maybe 30 years later, should be sitting here and talking about these stories. For that, jobs, therefore, are by far the most important. And I think our policies, therefore, need to be geared towards that. I think, as I've already spoken about manufacturing, I emphasize manufacturing because, that's the way to create high quality jobs. For instance, to give an example, let's say, some of the let's say young boys that come to do housekeeping work, let's say maybe in our homes, etc. If they go and work in a manufacturing sector firm, they'll earn higher wages. They'll actually be much more sure about have job certainty. They'll get skilled as well, and that's the kind of progress that needs to happen in a widespread manner. Not just that, and that will also develop the confidence that the economy is working for everyone. I think jobs are really the way in which the sort of support for economic reforms is bought. Without jobs, without actually the common people really seeing the benefits of progress, especially through jobs, then you get this sort of tension between reforms are benefiting only a few, and that's why the emphasis on jobs and through jobs, social and economic inclusion is critical. Also, I think manufacturing is important because from an external sector point of view as well, as even if, let's say, India grows the way, for instance, an ENY predicts, which is 26 trillion, in 2047, I don't think that is that estimate is as correct. But even then, there will be a large middle class that will get created, and this middle class will need things like phones, refrigerators, televisions, all these consumer goods. And if you're not producing it here in India, we will have to actually import them from abroad, which will affect our current account deficit and thereby trade deficit and trade deficit, current account deficit, and so on. So it is therefore really critical, to focus on manufacturing and thereby create jobs in the economy. I think there is no other national imperative, in my opinion, at this point, as important as jobs.
I'm glad we agree on that. Jobs are critical. What complicates this for policymakers is the fact that the job market is also changing. You know, we've done quite well in the digital financial infrastructure. We've seen the benefits of technology, but there are a lot of unknowns as well, including AI, which is going to be a big disruptor. No one really knows what it's like, and we're calling it the Wild West.
Yeah.
When you see the $55 trillion mark for 2047, how do you foresee the future of work?
Yeah, no, this is actually 3-4 questions loaded into one. So the first thing I have to tell you, actually, I think on jobs and employment, you know, I've said this multiple times, the narrative, and especially the negative narrative, has run far ahead of the reality. And I think I want to explain to our viewers, using, you know, data, high quality data. Oftentimes these negative narratives actually have been, you know, spoken about using the very poor quality CMI data. I worked with that data before, and that's why I say this. I've written a paper that is there on SSRN as well. For instance, just to give an example, you know, even when positive news basically came, let's say from CMI, when I was in government, I would ignore it because I was not sure it was actually really, you know, a news, or was it noise. Now, if you look at, for instance, high quality data that PLFS uses, which basically is what, you know, the International Labour Organization had a report on the employment situation in India, which uses the PLFS, does not use the CMI at all. I think there is an important signal there. Or if you go by, for instance, the RBI report, which uses the CLEMS database, and from the vantage point that I occupy, actually, you know, at the IMF, CLEMS database is available for several countries, and we know that data is actually high quality data. RBI being an independent institution using a high quality database, what do they find? They actually find that you know, over the last 10-year period, you know, leave out jobs that are created in agriculture, which is about 3.5 crore, 35 million. Even if we leave that out, you know, 9 crore or 90 million jobs have been created over the last 10 years. That is 90 lakh jobs a year. I think if you look at the PLFS data from 2017-18 to 2022-23, each of the metrics, whether it's actually unemployment rate, whether it's labor force participation ratio, whether it's worker population ratio, all these metrics we are better now compared to, and even in terms of the quality of work, for instance, salaried, you know, class, basically that salaried and wage, you know, who draw a regular wage, that has increased as well. So I think overall, that's why it's important that this kind of data is spoken about, because it has not been the case. Many people say, oh, jobless growth. That has not been the case over the last 10 years. That's a response to the first part of your question. The second part, I think you talk about here, and that's a very good point. Here, I want to, you know, refer our readers to the, you know, a couple of chapters in the book. I've covered this in extensive detail because this is a fear that rests. There is a paper, and I cite that, you know, written by 2 authors from, you know, MIT, Darren Ochimoglu and David Otter. They start out by basically looking at the US Census data in 1960 and 2020. They look at professions that were there in 1960, what has happened to those professions in 2020. Now, over the 60-year period, there's been a lot of technological change that has happened. You know, what they find, and I think that is quite interesting for us to remember, is that of the 40 broad professions that were there in 1960, only one of them is not there in 2020. And, you know, which of that is not there? It's elevator operators, because now it's automatically, you know, three, 4 sectors have had some, you know, change, like typewriters, for instance, now replaced by, you know, computers. But so the nature of jobs changes, but it's not that there's been significant job loss. Even, for instance, if you take something as, you know, common an example as ATM, for instance, right? When the ATM machines came, people said, oh, tellers will lose their jobs, there'll be job loss. If you look at it just as a snapshot, basically physical teller being replaced by the ATM machine, it looks like there is a job loss. But if you look at the entire supply chain, then it's not obvious, because ATM machines actually have to be produced.
There'll be newer jobs, is what you're saying.
Not just newer jobs, there'll be change in jobs. I think what technology does, it changes the nature of jobs. It's not obvious that it necessarily leads to significant job loss. That's the point that I'm making here. And I think when it comes to AI, this is where the difference will be. Every other technology that basically preceded AI really sort of changed the nature of blue collar jobs far more. But AI will actually have an impact on some of the white collar jobs. For instance, things like, the software developers. I've been using, ChatGPT now, for instance. ChatGPT, I just give instructions in English and it generates Python code for me. Or I can actually choose, if I want C code, whatever, I can actually generate that. So as a result, what you see is that the impact will be far more on white collar jobs. There'll be a change in the nature of those jobs. But I don't think, what research seems to suggest there'll be job loss as such. So in this area, generally, there's either people respond either complacently or people respond with sort of some fear mongering. But I think the reality is far more nuanced. Actually, is not as bad. There'll be transformation in the nature of jobs, but I don't think there'll be job loss as such. And from the Indian perspective, I think, I see as a significant opportunity here for two reasons. One, the kind of data infrastructure that we've created, especially through the public digital infrastructure, we have data and on various things, and that becomes a wonderful oil for AI to at the same time. Actually, we are a country which speaks so many languages. We have actually and use of AI can facilitate economic transactions, which is across states as well, if we utilize that well. So I think there is an opportunity here that which India can utilize in an unprecedented manner, much more than other countries, given the sort of some of the enabling factors we have.
Right, and as we grow, our middle class obviously is expanding.
Yes.
But so are the challenges, inflation, taxes, and so on. And you've talked about it in the past about being caught in a middle income trap. How can India ensure that we break free of it?
So actually, what I've written about in the book, this is I think chapter 4 or 5 in the book. It's that the middle income trap is research talks about the middle income trap. And I remember, for instance, in 2018, when I'd taken over as the chief economic advisor, when there was a growth slowdown because of all the financial sector problems, there were a few people who said that India is hitting the middle income trap. I said, there is nothing structurally wrong, and India is not hitting the middle income trap, which is what growth actually clearly reveals. 8% is not, or 7% plus growth is not middle income trap. I think it's important to understand that the definition of middle income countries itself has been done is so broad. It's almost like from I think $3,000 to, or maybe even $2,000 odd dollars to $20,000. So that's a very large range. Even if, let's say, a country grows its GDP per capita from about by 5-6 times, it still is a middle income country. In other words, if you make the definition so broad that despite large growth 5-6 times, you still remain in that same bracket, then it becomes actually tautologically laying out the middle income trap, so if you will. And I think it is also, I've shown in the book, if you look at the transition of countries from, let's say, lower income countries to low middle income or even upper middle income, there has been adequate transition as well. So the thought that India actually or that the middle income trap is something that is a real very, very large trap, and possibility of India getting entrapped there is very high. I don't think that is the case. That's point number one. Second point is, if there are some lessons, there are some countries that have been caught in this trap, and especially Latin American countries. I think there are important lessons that India can draw from them, and I've laid those lessons out in that. And I think what I want to highlight is that importantly for India, as our GDP per capita grows, as we become more and more developed, we have to continually refine our economic models. For instance, just to give a very specific example, now the production linked incentives, PLI scheme is being used, and I think it's an important aspect because from moving from the current equilibrium, where manufacturing basically policies are not as amenable, to one where actually there's more enable. There's a bridge that enables us so that our domestic firms and other firms actually can focus on manufacturing. It's right for now. But this is not something that should be continued ad infinitum. And that is important, because what happens is when subsidies are given, I think it should be given at this point in time. But later, there will be a constituent that actually will, let's say, benefit from it, and they will protest when the time is right for these benefits to be taken away. It should be taken away, and I think at some point in time. I'll give you an example just to illustrate this point. I mean, I'm sure you're a parent, I'm a parent too. If, for instance, somebody says, okay, my 18-year-old wants to go and wrestle with your 5-year-old, I will say, no way, give me 13 more years, let me equip my 5-year-old, and then, he or she will go and compete. That's the aspect, that is what basically subsidizing domestic companies when they don't have the capabilities to compete with international firms. I think that is the part of, of parenting. But at the same time, if my kid, for instance, knows that I will be there even when the kid is 50-year-old to take care of, him or her, then he or she will never ever develop, his or her capabilities. That's the other aspect. In a similar way, if, for instance, the, private sector knows that these subsidies are going to continue forever, they will never develop their capabilities as well. So both these aspects of parenting, I think, are equally important for the government to focus on. On the one hand, when the domestic firms are not strong enough to be able to compete, handhold them a little bit. But that hand should be one, basically, it should be reasonably loosely held with the expectation that it will be taken away so that, the industry can become capable. I think that expectation that this hand is not there forever is a very, very important expectation to set. Much like a parent does, I think government needs to do that too. These are aspects, if we don't do that, then the risks of staying in a middle income trap is there, which is what, Latin American countries, for instance, have. So in other words, I think economic policy has to be thought in this dynamic sense that what is good for the current state of the economy, the way where we are, that's not right necessarily for 10 years later. You have to move on.
Let me take your example. You said 5-year-old, 18-year-old, and then there are newborns like your startups, right?
Yes.
And innovation and entrepreneurship is believed to be a key driver of economic growth. We had a very good scene going. Then post-pandemic, we saw some disruptions. People talk about a funding winter. There is enough and more talent in this country, but there have to be some cushions in terms of policy and support from the government. What do you think can be done to help these players in India to insulate them from shocks?
So I think, see, again, a very nice question, which actually I'll have to answer at least in two, there are 2-3 aspects that I want to highlight. First aspect is that entrepreneurship in and itself, intrinsically, there is risk involved. I think that's the nature of the beast, if you will. So while, for instance, the policy environment can try and reduce some of this, and I think the focus on ease of doing business in particular is really critical. And I'll give you data here. If you look at, for instance, from 2004 to 2014, the rate of new firm creation, I'm using World Bank data to highlight this, the rate of new firm creation annually was 3.2%. This wasn't a period where there was actually adequate emphasis on ease of doing business, for instance. If anything, actually, it became more difficult to do business during that period, and that was reflected in, very poor rate of entrepreneurial growth. In contrast, from 2014 to 2024, when there's been far more emphasis on, ease of doing business, the rate of, new firm creation is orders of magnitude higher, close to 200%. I think that illustrates clearly how critical it is to focus on, ease of doing business, because incumbent firms, the large firms, can sort of somehow circumnavigate, but new firms need things to be easy for them, and therefore one of the most important aspects that policymakers do is to ensure that for small firms, startup firms, actually doing business is relatively easy. Don't load them with a lot of regulation, and I think that's the most important, because that will also reduce the risk for them, because many times actually in having to move from pillar to post, they lose very precious time and thereby lose value as well. So that's the key aspect that I will mention. Now, related to entrepreneurship, and I think in the startup ecosystem, is the innovation ecosystem as well. They're sort of, in some sense, Siamese twins, if you will. So innovation, and I think there's been again some very good momentum on this. Global Innovation Index shows that in 2015 we were ranked 85th. Now we are ranked 39th. So from 85 to 39 actually is a significant move. Much like in the ease of doing business rankings as well, which have been discontinued, but we moved from about 140 odd to 60s, and I think that's good. In this, I think the emphasis, the National Research Foundation that's been created, together with the 1 lakh crore, 1 trillion rupees that was allocated in this budget, I think that is something which is quite important. I will, and that brings me to the third aspect that I want to focus on here, which is the role of the private sector in innovation and entrepreneurship. So if you look at the composition of the, of the R&D dollar or the R&D rupee, if you take India, for every 100 rupees that is spent on R&D, 2/3 comes from the public sector, 1/3 from the private sector. Same thing if you go and look at in the advanced economies, $100 that goes into R&D, 2/3 comes from the private sector and 1/3 from the government. So it is exactly flipped, and this is therefore a message to India Inc. for them to actually focus on innovation and entrepreneurship. They have to now have the mindset that they are basically on a treadmill where they have to continually innovate in order to stay where they are. They cannot be just basically myopic and say, I'll just focus on the profits here and now, with the kind of entrepreneurship that is happening. If they don't innovate, their business basically will be taken away by startups. So I think the focus needs to be on, for incumbent firms. In fact, one other idea that I want to actually lay out for India Inc., which is in the US, and in some of the advanced economies, there has been this phenomenon of corporate venture capital. For instance, you have, a Dell, let's say, creating Dell Ventures, others. Similarly, I think many of our, corporates need to create these venture firms as well, take some profits out. And that can be really important as well, because sort of carving it out and creating like a startup kind of ecosystem there. Some of the ideas there can be then onboarded onto their firms, and that can really help. So overall, I think the MP needs to just ease doing business, because that really reduces risk as well for startups. Private sector needs to start really getting into the into the R&D scheme of things. We have a few sectors, IT and maybe pharma. But other sectors need to start competing with it's not enough for them to actually just basically, applaud, saying that, our Olympians are the best, our, chess players are the best, our cricketers are the best. We need to start asking, and I've in fact tweeted as well, saying our industry needs to also start being best in the world. As they say, imitation is the best form of flattery.
Right. The other challenge, since we're talking about challenges and what we need to fix in order to achieve the goal that you've set for the rest of the country, is skill development. You spoke about ease of doing governance. That's something that this government at the center has been talking about from the word go. Skill development is another policy intervention that they have. They say they've championed, but a lot more needs to be done there. Yes. How should India approach this?
I think, there has been effort on this, but I think the effort has not yet yielded the results that we would like. And I think the focus on demand-side skilling, and I think the emphasis in this year's budget, there are some promising, avenues there, I think, which can be built upon, especially, for instance, this internship program. I'd be watching keenly how that goes, because internship, all of us have actually done our internships. When we interned at a firm, we did learn some important skills, not just skills, but also how to work in the culture of that firm. And I think those are, if for instance, some, let's say a youngster now goes and works in a top 500 firm now, just the experience of working in a top 500 firm, some of them may get hired by the best ones will get hired by the top 500 firms. But these, interns actually can be hired by other firms as well. And I think in that sense, actually, it will be skilling that is on the job, and it will also be more demand driven, because the firm is, going to only skill the intern on things that they want, basically. And that's why it enables demand side skilling. I think that's the aspect that has been, in my opinion, sort of had been missing earlier. I think the internship program is certainly, it looks to be promising from the perspective of skilling being driven by demand side. Also, at the same time, I would also, focus on the ITIs a lot. We talk a lot about the IITs, and I think IITs are important, of course, but the ITIs are as critical, because that's where the skilling actually for manufacturing needs to happen. And I think here a policy which brings together firms that will hire from these ITIs, they should be given the opportunity to set the curriculum, and maybe, a franchisee model as well. For instance, why shouldn't some ITI maybe called basically Firm X's ITI, or, so they get to set the, they said to, they have the opportunity to shape the teaching agenda there, and then they in promise for hiring from there. So I think that brings in sort of brings the demand and supply together. Like that, I think focusing on ITIs, I think will be really useful for India to up its skilling game, because that's something that is really critical for job creation in the economy as well.
Right. A lot of India's neighbors are dealing with very high debt burdens, and they invariably turn to the IMF, which is called the lender of the last resort, for a reason.
It is the lender.
It is, right? So as an executive director of the IMF, what is your advice to these countries that often find themselves in the Chinese debt trap?
I'll speak about the portfolio of countries that I handle, and I think the important lesson there is to make sure that good economic policies are implemented. And I think when debt is taken to do revenue expenditure or sort of give freebies, that is what typically leads to the debt trap. And I think this is where this nuance needs to be understood very well. If you look at India, for instance, right, during COVID, India did increase its debt to GDP. At that time, we had written in the economic survey saying that India's debt to GDP will come back to 80%. Why? Because that debt that was taken was to invest in capital expenditure. When debt is taken for asset creation, I think that is infrastructure creation, that enables growth in the country, and that's good. But if debt is taken only to sort of provide subsidies or provide let's say invest in in ungainly expenditure that does not lead to value creation, then that is what is basically a recipe for a debt trap. And I think that's the important aspect that must be mentioned. And also, if you look at many times when countries have taken debt to fund sort of do revenue expenditure, there's also an aspect of governance that's been involved too. And I think that's an aspect that countries need to focus on as well. Overall, I think in general, managing the fiscal situation in a way that any debt that is taken is actually used for gainful purposes, I think is the most important lesson to take. Because the reason I'm pointing this out is, many times when you look at the narrative is, oh, all debt is bad. No, all debt is not bad actually. Debt that is taken, I think even at the household level, if I'm actually, let's say, borrowing to go on a vacation, obviously I'm actually sort of setting up myself for a debt trap. But if I'm borrowing, let's say, to buy a house, or maybe if I'm buying a car, for instance, which enables me to sort of become more productive on my transportation, or a two-wheeler, if it leads to asset creation, whether it's at the household level or the country level, I think that is something that is good. And that's a lesson that all countries need to keep in mind from the perspective of debt traps.
I think that's very sound advice. We've also seen a pattern of sorts emerge. When a country comes to the IMF, say in Africa or South Asia, the advice is to implement austerity measures, to cut down on the freebies and to increase taxes. But in the short term, it leads to more pain for the common man, who then protests, and it leads to political instability or challenges for the government of the day, which then focuses all its energies on being in power and retaining the seat rather than actually fixing the economy. And so a lot of these people start thinking that China is a better option because they're not asking so many questions. And it sort of becomes a vicious cycle. Do you think that the IMF could also relook at its approach? Do you think it's harsher with countries, especially of the global south, when it comes to dealing with their debt?
So, I can speak for the portfolio of countries that I am in charge of. And I think the important aspect that must be kept in mind is that many times, the medicine that is being given is medicine that the government or the government of the day should have implemented much before. Otherwise the problem wouldn't have happened. Think about it actually, where let's say you became sick and you go to a doctor, the doctor gives the medicine. You don't blame the doctor for having given the medicine. And that medicine may be bitter medicine, but that is something that is required. You thank the doctor for having, diagnosed the problem and then said, okay, give you the medicine. And also said that you have to eat it, otherwise you're not going to get better. So I think, it's important that, as we were speaking earlier as well, many times these countries actually take debt to do spending that is not optimal, and that is what leads to these problems. And I think in the role as a lender of last resort, basically the fund, in the context of the countries at least that I speak for, is being a doctor that is basically administering the medicine that is necessary.
So you think the IMF should remain the dispenser of the bitter pill?
Well, so let me put it this way, right? Many times, when you want some tough things to be done, for instance, actually typically if we can prevent some disease on our own, we don't go to a doctor, we take care of that ourselves. It's only when, as they say in Hindi, pani upar sar ke upar se guzar gaya, when things have gone far too ahead, that's when you go to the doctor. And at that point in time, I think you need to take that medicine to be able to get well. So that's the way I would characterize this situation.
Right, but we are, like, I'm glad we could cover all the points that we did, and even if the IMF is doing what it's doing. I think your prediction for India, the targets that you stretch goal, as you call it, $55 trillion for 2047. I hope we have a conversation a few years down the line to take stock of how we progress there. But thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and your ideas with us here.
My pleasure, Palki. It was thoroughly enjoyable having this conversation.
Likewise.
When it comes to the question of economy, which is going to benefit everybody, the politics cannot be so disruptive. Once upon a time, Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi said, if I send 1 rupee to the beneficiary, he ends up getting only 15 paisa. Adopting technology, Prime Ministers ensure that that kind of leakage doesn't happen. 1 rupee sent is 1 rupee received.
One of the most crucial ministries in Modi's cabinet, the Ministry of Finance, has been entrusted to Nirmala Sitharaman.
She is one of the top ministers in the government of India.
So only 1.5% of India's population is the tax-paying population, whereas for China this is 10% and in the US it is 43%. Ma'am, why is our tax base so small?
As long as you are earning more, you and your family are happy. But the moment you are under the tax net, you think the government is regressive.
There are states like Tamil Nadu which were protesting because they were saying that it's like penalizing the states for investing so much money into building factories when there are states which are just consuming things.
States is not building factories. What are you saying?
The top 1% of India accounted for 45% of all flights and just 6.5% of the users were responsible for 44% of all UPI transactions. Ma'am, why is the gap between the rich and the poor increasing so much? Ma'am, the Skill India report says that more than 35% of our BTech students are unemployable, 30% of our MBA students are unemployable, 60% of our ITI students are unemployable, and more than 75% of our Polytechnic students are unemployable. The Finance Minister of Kerala, K.N. Balgopal, argues, he says that Kerala gets only 21 rupees against every 100 rupee that Kerala collects, but for UP this number is 46 out of 100, and for Bihar it's drastically high. Bihar gets 70 rupees out of the 100 rupee that it collects. And here's where the north-south divide narrative comes into play, ma'am. So ma'am, what is the logic behind dividing this pool of money?
I think this narrative is somewhat distorted.
Hi everybody, this is a conversation that I had with one of the most powerful women in India, who's none other than our Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman. In this episode, we spoke at length on what exactly are the obstacles that India faces while it is on its way to become a $7 trillion economy. Why is there rampant unemployment in India? What is the vision that BJP has for India? And most importantly, we spoke at length on why southern states like Tamil Nadu and Kerala get less money from the center as compared to northern states like UP and Bihar. So as usual, I tried my level best to ask her as many questions as possible in the limited time that we had. We did miss out on a lot of questions, but for the questions that we could ask, Nirmala ma'am was kind enough to explain everything using examples and numbers. So now it's up to you to decide whether her answers were satisfactory or not. And now on with the episode. Hello ma'am, welcome to the Indian Business Podcast, and thank you so much for giving us such an important slot in your valuable schedule, ma'am. Ma'am, the agenda for today's podcast is very simple. We want to understand the fundamental insights of great governance, which usually gets missed out by mainstream media. And I have very specific questions coming straight from the people of India. And what we seek to understand are the underlying insights behind the functioning of the government. So all throughout this episode, if you can be extremely elaborative with your answers, as simple as possible and with as many examples as possible, that would be fantastic, ma'am. Shall we get started?
Okay. Yes, and thank you for having me, Ganesh.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, the first question that I have comes from your India Today conclave answer. And you mentioned that a critical factor to help us become a $7 trillion economy is the coordination between the state, center and the panchayat. Ma'am, could you please elaborate on that and help me understand what is this coordination issue and how are we solving for it?
See, as you know, the governance structure in India is divided by subjects as much as it is divided primarily between the central government, the state government, and of course the third layer. So there are subjects, as they are referred to, which are entirely the central government's domain. And there are subjects which are entirely the state government's domains. And there are those which have both of them, they call it as concurrent subjects, where both the center and the states have a role to play. So even there, some aspects of that subject will be dealt by the center and some other aspects will be done by the states, and the overlaps are kept to the minimum. Overlaps even within concurrent. So when we refer to the subjects, those can be fantastically done by any one center or the state, but even in those, nowadays very clearly, the interests of the states need to be given a voice, and in subjects which are states exclusively, even their local bodies, because they are also elected, they also have aspirations, they have people's representatives sitting in them, so they are answerable back to the voters. So the local self-government, or the third layer as we call urban local bodies, will also have a very decisive role to play to the limited area in which they operate. But of late, the one big glitch to this whole thing is being felt because local governments are not yet into that groove. Because eventually when you take a investment to some area, it is in that pocket where they have to be located. Many of the clearances will have to emanate from. And therefore, there is a need for the local bodies to understand why they have to be easy with people who are coming. Easy meaning well within the rules. Make it facilitative rather than obstructive. Because when you think you want to regulate them, control them, or bring more rules on them, you think you're having a hold, but that can frighten people away from your place. So it is that kind of a understanding and participating with the same intent that you need to have all the layers working together. That's why I had said that.
Could you help me understand this with an example, ma'am?
Any example will be, let us say, now you're having all these semiconductor chip manufacturing. Earlier you had the Maruti, was it that the smallest car? Nano, which was going to be manufactured. And where they went, the state government and the local body did not make it easy for them. And at that point in time, before 2014 election, typical of Gujarat, which was business friendly, they said, no, you come over, we'll do it. And therefore, leaving the area where it was to be established in Bengal, Tata rushed to Sanand, and the Gujarat government, together with the local body there, enabled within, I'm told, 10 days, the permissions, required clearances and everything, so that they could invest. Now, without looking at any ill will or malafide, why wouldn't that happen in Bengal? After all, the same investments by Tata was going to happen there.
Correct.
That insensitivity, or call it indifference, affected a big prospect of a business. Similar is the way in which you have private Indian investors going in for manufacturing semiconductors. It's no good repeating the example. Gujarat offered them favorable. Anyone could have offered. And
Correct.
That got proven by the fact that, would you imagine, Assam gave them the opportunity. You tend to think northeast states need a lot more pushing up to even be at par with many of the states so that industry can go in there. But what did Assam do differently from many other states, which in manufacturing, except for core industries like cement or something, you don't have any of those new technology driven areas or IT driven industry being there, but
Yes.
they drew them.
Yeah.
And a hard nosed business house like Tata's found it possible to establish not a cement factory, not a integrated steel factory, but a very coveted semiconductor manufacturing place. So that is the point in which the state government working together with local authorities can do what you would otherwise in common sense think is impossible if they only move that fast and understanding the need.
Very
Solid two
interesting, ma'am.
examples.
Very interesting, ma'am. Ma'am, you mentioned about ease of doing business in Gujarat, and I've read this countless times. In fact, we made a case study in Gujarat, and we often found out that a lot of entrepreneurs have given a statement publicly saying that it is very easy for us to set up our factories in Gujarat versus in any other state. In fact, Ratan Tata ji himself gave out a statement that while many other states were offering Tata lands, it was only Gujarat that was not just offering, but also kept the land ready. And that was because of the land banking system in Gujarat. Man, why is it that we have not been able to scale the land banking system all across the country, ma'am? Why only Gujarat?
I wouldn't think you're right in that. There are many states which went ahead with land banking system, keeping certain demarcated areas ready for industry who will come forward and so on. But what is the distinction between what Gujarat's approach is as regards the others compared to Gujarat is consistently they're doing it.
Oh, okay.
Whereas in other states, take the example of Maharashtra. After all, the same bullet train was approved in Maharashtra as well to be one of the terminal points for it. The other terminal point in Gujarat, and it runs partly through Gujarat and comes partly through parts of northern Maharashtra and reach Mumbai.
Yeah.
It was approved.
Okay.
It was all cleared. Japanese came in a big way, both for the technology and for building the quality that is required for the track laying, for the bridges which are going to hold them and everything else. But what happened? With a change of government or understanding was put in the back burner. So from the terminal point in Gujarat till almost the border of Maharashtra, the work was almost 2/3 complete. But they had to halt. They couldn't come further here because Maharashtra changed its approach to the project. Now, a project like that, which involves overseas investors, overseas technology, having agreed, and a central government which is working to get these overseas, because most of the overseas loans, when they come to the states for their projects, but the guarantor is the central government. Now, with all this done, suddenly when a change of government happens, and for you, for political considerations, you say it's not required for me, the impact it has on the overall approach to making investment in India attractive just falls flat. All right. Then again, with a change of government, that is getting restored. All right.
Okay.
Now, what happens to the overall completion of project?
It gets delayed.
What happens to that portion of the project which got delayed and its cost escalations?
Yeah.
What happens to the loans that you have to pay back? To the timeline that this business is going to become revenue neutral, or you're making your ends meet and there is no loss per se, and you enter the stage where you can start making profit. Everything gets pushed. So when you say, you took the example of land bank alone, I take it as even the attitude towards development, attitude towards economic benefits, and the collaterals arising out of a positive approach towards economy as opposed to disruptive, for want of a better word, disruptive approach. Governments run in continuity. Economy has, it's like building, let us say, a dam or a mansion or a house or even a small kutir that you want to build. You lay the foundation and then start doing something. Even as you lay the foundation, if you say, no, I'm not laying it for one floor above, I just want the ground. Although the whole understanding is you want the whole thing done completely. it affects everything that you think in terms of businesses. So states, not just for land bank, but understanding this principle that governments are in continuity, and you cannot, for such major things, take a decision which is completely going to turn upside down decisions taken earlier. Okay, so if that is the example that I've taken to explain, not just in land banks, but in general, governments being in continuity, you have to go ahead with some of the decisions, however much you may disapprove of it, because they have been already taken. So if this is about decisions, there's one other point which is necessary to add here. So not only the government in continuity, economy also runs in continuity.
Correct.
Unless you give it enough leeway, you cannot change a decision. You can always now pit a question against me or on me to answer, saying, after all, India has been a socialist economy all these years.
Yeah.
We've had public sector undertakings. We've had a lot of investment in running big companies by Government of India. Why would you, therefore, because going by that economy is a continuity, government is a continuity argument, why would you want to go ahead with privatization? In 2021, I'm glad to say I was part of this government when we took a call on public sector enterprises policy, whereby we said it cannot any longer be the prerogative of government alone to be in one area of business. Every area of business should be available for private sector also to be in. All right, government will have to be in some sectors which are strategically important for us. One example of that is communication. And unless you have government services in these sectors, communication is one example, you will not be able to reach the border areas, provide telecom facilities there, because the private sector would say that area doesn't give me enough profit, so I won't go there.
Yeah.
You need. Therefore, strategically, there can be 3 or 4 areas. And we said that'll be about only that much, where the government will also have to be present. It cannot be only government will be present. We want the efficiency of the private sector, so we opened it up. Now, therefore, even for that, 1991 is claimed to be the time when we had opening up of the Indian economy.
Yeah.
But even then, this privatization point was not really worked upon. It had to take its own time. But government here now under Prime Minister Modi said it's high time we have to open this up. And look at the result it has borne. Space sector, abuzz with private interests, investment, private talent, young people wanting to do a lot of work in launching satellites, either in the lower orbit or even the higher. It has brought in such a lot of synergy that India, even as it was standing as a leader in economy-driven space launches. Now, it's even more efficient.
Yeah.
You're able to send the smallest satellite to the lowest orbit and send a satellite which is just going to monitor your land resources, your water, the groundwater table, and so on. So you really made that sector vibrant. So that is the kind of change, even as you emphasize on continuity.
Very interesting, ma'am. So you're saying that governance should always take the front seat and politics should be at the back seat.
I would say governance, when it comes to questions of governance, when it comes to the question of economy, which is going to benefit everybody, the politics cannot be so disruptive. For instance, the UPA government brought in what was notoriously called retrospective taxation. It started to tax for years long before and called it a correction related measure. They had to take it back and ask people to pay up tax for periods which were long gone Although at that time, in their business model, they would have calculated the tax that they have to pay to the government per that prevailing rate at that time. But 10 years forward, you bring in a law which says a certain tax will have to be paid. Going backward in time, businesses and their business model can no longer take that on because they've costed themselves in such a way that for tax this much is given, for dividend this much is given if profit is earned, or else the cost of a product that they produce would be this much, is all predetermined. And based on that, the businesses happen, goods are bought and sold and everything.
Yeah.
Now, when you're bringing in a retrospective tax, who collects it from whom? Can they go back to searching each of the product consumer?
Correct.
So when I tell you this example of going backwards is always disruptive. So you're talking about governance, which is going to take the back seat and which is going to take the front seat? Is governance going to take the front seat and politics the one behind? I wouldn't look at it like that. I look at it as, so long as you're not disruptive and you're taking it forward, governance and politics go hand in hand. But the moment you decide that you have a different agenda, and not just going forward and giving the benefit to the people who are doing business and the citizens who are benefiting from business, you're bound to disrupt it negatively.
Very interesting, ma'am. Ma'am, the next question that I have actually comes from a very interesting chart which was put forth by a VC firm called Bloom Ventures, and they bifurcated the income tax payers in India. And this chart says that out of the 1.4 billion people, 74 million people filed for taxes and only 22 million people were actual taxpayers. So only 1.5% of India's population is the tax-paying population, whereas for China, this is 10% and in the US, it is 43%. Ma'am, why is our tax base so small?
Yes, it is small and the attempt is to make it wider. But taxation is such a matter that you really can't impose. You'll have to find out where that revenue lies so that you gradually bring them on board to say you should also be paying the tax. And therefore, in India particularly, it takes a very interesting dimension in that as long as you are earning more, you and your family are happy.
Yeah.
But the moment you are under the tax net, you think the government is regressive.
Correct.
There is a moral issue here. And therefore, it will have to take its time.
How do we solve this problem, ma'am?
Nudge the people is the only solution. You have to bring in civic consciousness. But above all, I think there's also an argument which the taxpayer has in his mind. And I think I would respect that. And that thought is, look, what do we get for the tax that we pay?
Exactly.
This has been a question, I think, now for 50 years.
Correct.
Because the taxpayer thinks, my road doesn't improve. I don't get proper drinking water in my house.
Yeah.
Three-phase electricity also was something very aspirational.
Yeah.
And then going to a proper hospital was a big thing. Private sector probably showed the way, saying better quality medical attention is available, but government hospitals were not really up to it. So you thought even if you are paying only 100 rupees towards tax, you thought my 100 rupees is important for me. And truly, it is important for everybody. But in that 100 rupees, I don't seem to get anything better.
No value for money.
So that anxiety still holds. Although Prime Minister Modi, I would generously credit him for one thing. Every rupee of the taxpayer's money, he is clear that he has to safeguard. He's clear that that cannot be frittered away. He's also clear that, like the way, once upon a time, Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi said, if I send 1 rupee to the beneficiary, he ends up getting only 15 paisa.
Correct.
The rest are all gone away. So by adopting technology, Prime Ministers ensured that that kind of leakage doesn't happen. 1 rupee sent is 1 rupee received.
So you're saying that once you start providing value for money to the people of India, they will they will understand the importance of paying taxes, or they'll at least value the fact that the government is giving them something in return for the tax that they're paying.
That's right.
Ma'am, this stat itself has another underlying insight. It says that out of the 22 million people who pay taxes also, only 4.5 million, as in just 0.3% of our population pays 80% of our taxes. Ma'am, this indicates a very big gap between the rich and the poor. And I looked at the consumption levels, and even there I found some stats which were quite surprising. It says that the top 1% of India accounted for 45% of all flights. 1% of Indians took home 22% of India's income. And just 6.5% of the users were responsible for 44% of all UPI transactions. Ma'am, why is the gap between the rich and the poor increasing so much?
See, I wouldn't want to play it up as the gap increasing so much or whatever. I think there is a clear disconnect between the qualifications that you acquire, the education levels that we reach, and the kind of jobs that are available. And also equally, jobs and the skill sets that they require don't seem to matter in the higher education centers.
Correct.
So I've heard big companies tell me that a properly qualified engineer is recruited, but almost 6 months goes away in making him job fit.
Correct.
It's an investment for the company. And why should they have to do it? So the qualifications with which people ready themselves to face a job are still not really up to the industry's requirement. And many companies, particularly the medium and small ones, can't even afford to, invest in training them, because after 6 months of training, God knows where he'll go.
Correct.
So the considerations for industry are all now becoming so difficult that youth who think that they come out of universities, are ready for jobs, are unable to digest the fact that probably they are just not ready for jobs yet. But so, is this a government observation, and is this something which I'm going to leave it as it is, it's for them to face? No. We are trying to bridge this gap. We are trying to work with industry groups to say, why don't you tell us what is the kind of requirement you have? And in the curriculum that is being imparted, would you want to join hands, at least in the last 1 year, at least in the last 2 years of an engineering course, and say, look, give him such skills which are required for a forging company, metal forging company, or if it's an automobile shop floor, what would you want him to do? I know there are institutions like the Power Tools Corporation or Power Tools Institute or something, Government of India run,
okay,
which trains mechanical engineers, which trains people how to go about using instruments and be of relevance in the shop floor. But many more such are required, not for just the engineering. Now, the PM Vishwakarma Yojana that we've come up with is the one which says for people who are working with some bare minimum tools, in other words, working essentially with their hands, but probably using a minimum set of tools, they shall be proper training given. They will be given a kind of a stipend during the course, post which a 15,000 rupees worth of kit will be provided to them.
Okay.
And with that certification, today they can qualify for many of these big ticket jobs or assignments or contracts or subcontracts and so on. So, yeah, these are serious problems of people with inadequate skill sets aspiring for jobs.
Ma'am, I was reading something called the Skill India report, and what you mentioned is great for the bottom of the pyramid. But what I'm deeply concerned about is the middle of the pyramid, ma'am, because this Skill India report says that, just give me a second. Ma'am, the Skill India report says that more than 35% of our BTech students are unemployable, 30% of our MBA students are unemployable, 60% of our ITI students are unemployable, and more than 75% of our polytechnic students are unemployable. So, and you know, ma'am, I have been the perfect witness to this entire transition because 10 years back I was in college and I am that student that you're talking about who thought after college I'll find a great job. But by the end of college, I realized that I do not know anything that is relevant to the industry today. And 10 years later, now I'm recruiting engineers and I'm seeing the same problem, ma'am. They're reading out of outdated textbooks, they're reading outdated concepts, and they do not know anything that is relevant for today's industry. So, ma'am, how are we solving this problem for the middle of the pyramid, which is our engineers and management students at least?
You've put your example forward. First thing I think, and this is not to say it's not part of government's own responsibility. The drive that an individual has to recognize that this is not going to work out for him and he has to find a different thing. As I say, get your mojo back. How do you get your mojo back? Once you identify that you don't seem to have your mojo in a particular area, and if you have to acquire it, what is it that you have to do? And once you identify, there are now online or offline courses available for you to be able to equip yourself better. That is one. And second, peer group learning is something which I think till my college days, we've all benefited from. Today, the world is so fast. We think each of our mobiles will be our peers. No way.
Yeah.
Peers are those who will be able to sit with you and put you the context in which you'll have to search for what is missing in you. Those kind of interactions are now becoming very few and far between. That's a second. And the third, it is true, you quoted the ITIs. ITIs, unfortunately, are with the state governments. Many state governments in the last 30, 40 years have stopped investing in them. Okay. Why do you need to invest in them? Upgrade the tools. Bring in newer tools with which you'll train the young person. And not just in the same repeated skills. There are newer areas in which we want people to come. Take the example of today, the expansion in renewable energy, particularly solar. Who are the young people who are laying the panels, who are setting the panels to a certain angle facing the sun? Who are those people? They're not high-end skilled workers. Where did they acquire? And today, to meet the ever-growing demand of solar energy, you have people who are servicing it. You have people who understand how the film has to be, maintained, cleaned, and how it has got to be placed, and so on. So that sector has found itself having to adjust very quickly to changing requirements. Similarly, for other sectors too, we need both the state and the central government together with private sector joining hands to say, I need good trained workforce or else I'm not going to be able to fill the gap. That's what happened during the COVID. I've been in touch with most of the industry during COVID when it was all shut up to make sure that the workers go back to where they want to go back, that they are not facing any hardship and so on. Similarly, after the lockdown was lifted, I was in touch with them again to say, are they coming back? You would be surprised to hear that many of them who booked the air tickets and got these workers earlier through some middle person were told, no, sorry, we are not coming back.
Why?
Because these workers found better bargaining with other areas. So they were able to choose to go to a different company, or with the skills that they acquired, they thought they'll be able to do something of their own in their own neighborhoods, in the villages. I heard at least 2 large industrialists tell me, and they belong to the south. They said, well, I'm not getting the same people who I had trained over the last several years. I'm going to have to invest to get newer fellows and train them. But well, now I've realized that how much ever you do, it might be better off for you to get local fellows and train them. So many of the southern districts of Tamil Nadu also which face labor-related problems because they don't have enough opportunities, were picked up and they were trained And even they had a different level of satisfaction because now they're very closer to home, they're willing to work. So such a reset in the labor market is happening post-COVID.
So, ma'am, you're saying that the center and the state need to again coordinate on this and make sure that there's an industry academic connect such that the demand and supply both are matched, right? Ma'am, the one question that I had... and
which had worked initially very well.
Okay.
And probably continues to work in the domain of startups, where we brought in these startups to join hands with the hubs which were set up in IIT like places, Indian Institute of Sciences like places. People came there, sat with them, and they helped them to understand where the problem is and where the solutions have got to come. And it has become a big catalytic center, these hubs.
Ma'am, the one question that I had, and this is purely out of curiosity, is that why don't we just put a restriction on the number of engineering colleges that are opening up? Because, ma'am, to be honest, in Pune, there are colleges that are being set up merely for the sake of making money. And the professors are incompetent. They are just great with marketing. And these students and parents who come from far away villages, they come to these colleges, and then there is a sales team which convinces them and sells them dreams that, we'll be able to get you a 4.5 lakh package, we'll be able to get you a 6.5 lakh package. And eventually after 4 years, after taking education loan also, these people are not able to find jobs. And this points towards a larger problem also, because today if we say that, we have 1.3 million engineers coming out, to a foreign investor, this seems like a gold mine. Because if 1.3 million engineers are coming out every year, that is great. Plus our labor costs are low. But when that person comes over here and actually sees the quality of our engineers, and he sees that most of our engineers are not engineers at all, that number one, dents the reputation of the country. And number two, all of these engineering colleges are not engineering colleges at all. They're just engineering colleges for the namesake. So again, with this center-state coordination, do we have something by which we can curb the expansion of these engineering institutes in such a way that whatever supply we have concrete supply, and the rest of the people can just find something else to do rather than being deceived by these engineering colleges in the name of great packages?
Absolutely, a very, very critical question and an issue which is definitely a festering issue. Many of them who borrow money and aim to have their children go high in their lives have been shattered.
Yeah.
And quality-less infrastructure, faculty-less programs have actually hurt the sector. I know the example that you cited of Pune is also applicable in many parts of southern states. Many engineering colleges are just lying there.
Correct.
Like huge concrete monsters with nothing in it.
True.
There has to certainly be a lot more vigilance in this matter and a lot more compliance of standards.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, the next question that I have is about GST. And ma'am, GST without a doubt has been a phenomenal success because my Chacha ji is extremely envious of us because we don't have to face the same problems that he did during that time. And all the stakeholders that I spoke to, in fact, we made a video on GST and we asked people to comment as a business owner whether they were happy with GST or not. And most of the people said yes. But there's one category of stakeholder who's particularly not happy about GST, and those are the state governments like Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Ma'am, before that, I just want to set the premise for this, just so that I have the understanding of how GST operates properly. If a t-shirt worth 100 rupees is produced in Tamil Nadu, and it is sold in a state like UP, and if 20 rupees GST is collected on this t-shirt, 10 rupees goes to the center and 10 rupees goes to the state, right? And out of this 10 rupee that goes to the state, it goes to the consumer state, which is UP, and non-producer state, which is Tamil Nadu, right? Governments like Tamil Nadu often argue that we've invested thousands of crores into setting up factories, building highways. Then why is it that our benefit of producing the goods are being passed on to other states where there are just more number of people out there to just consume the goods? So, ma'am, Ma'am, why don't we just split? I know this is a very amateur question, ma'am, and I know that there are complex calculations in place, but why don't we just split the GST between the producer state and the consumer state equally?
How would that work out?
Out of the 20 rupees that is collected, 10 rupees goes to the center, 5 rupees goes to the producer state, and 5 rupees goes to the consumer state. Wouldn't that be enough to...
In a way, isn't that what is working? Because how do you know which product will be consumed? To what extent in a particular state? Maybe some states consume more of, let's say, hosiery products. Some other states may consume a lot more of metal goods. So for item wise, I'll have to, and some other states may consume one item this month and maybe not the next month. So you can't have a thumb rule and do it. It has to be on actual buying and selling. That is why this complex system was bought simply saying how much gets sold in a particular state. And that is why when GST was launched in 2017, manufacturing states were all unhappy, saying, I lose my advantage. I got so many industries to come to my place, set up the business. Now are you saying I won't get my share? No, they were compensated for it so that they come on board saying, okay, manufacturing states will be given something, and they agreed to some kind of a settlement because now the emphasis or the principle of taxation moves on to the consumer. You take that measure.
Okay. Ma'am, so after this compensation is now applicable till 2026, right? The GST compensation?
No, it's over.
It was till 2022 and then it's over?
Yes, it's over.
Okay.
What you're getting till 26 is the compensation tax gets collected.
Okay.
It goes towards the payment of the principal and the interest on the borrowings that we did.
Okay.
During the lockdown, when nothing moved, no GST revenues were generated, but still states had to be given money because how will they run otherwise?
Correct.
So money was borrowed and given to states on the understanding that it will have to be paid back by the compensation cess that we use.
Okay.
And that compensation cess was therefore extended beyond 22 strictly only to pay the compensations due that was to be paid. Assume that during the lockdown, if everything was normal, no lockdown, you would have earned as much as you gave as well.
Correct.
Without earning, you're giving because you borrowed. That borrowing has to be paid from where? It has to be paid from the same cess that gets collected. So although till 22 we gave it to the states, now having extended it till 26, the collected money goes only for paying the borrowed amount.
Okay.
And it's servicing of the interest.
Okay. So until 2022, they were compensated. But after 2022, till 2026, whatever the state gave to the center during the times of COVID.
No. Whatever the GST Council borrowed to pay the states.
Okay. And that is now being collected in the form of?
The same cess is getting collected till 26.
Okay.
And the collected cess between 22 and 26 goes for paying that borrowed amount, which the GST Council borrowed to pay the states the compensation cess during the lockdown. See, between 2017 and 2022, states were given a 14% compensation.
Okay.
Meaning every state, based on the 2015-16 base year, would be growing at a particular level. Each state grew at its own level based on the trend of the earlier collection. But the GST at the time of launching agreed that it will be assumed that all states will grow in, say, at a 14% level. Now, if you actually grew only at 10% level, hardly any state grew at 10, but many of them grew at 7 or 8%. Best performers, the others performed less better, whatever be it. So if you actually grew at only 7 or 8%, the rest 7 or 6% would be given to you by the compensation cess which was levied on extra luxurious or sinful goods.
Okay.
So that money was collected in the name of compensation cess, and that was used to give the differential between actually what revenue was earned and the protected revenue, which is 14%, will be guaranteed to every state. So between 14 and 7, the gap was paid through the compensation cess.
Okay.
But that was only up to 22. And in the COVID year, because we couldn't collect anything, we borrowed money and kept that promise up. All right. So who's going to pay the borrowed money? After 22, we extended the collection. And with that money, we are paying back the borrowed money.
Understood, ma'am. Ma'am, this is very, very clear to us because from the mainstream media, what I understood is that there are states like Tamil Nadu which were protesting because they were saying that it's like penalizing the states for investing so much money into building factories when there are states which are just consuming
States is
things.
not building factories. What are you saying?
No, what they're saying is that we put in so much efforts and
Every
thousands of
state
crores
has
into
done
building
it.
highways, but all of our efforts are being penalized because our revenue is going to the consumer state. That was the narrative, so I just wanted to ask you that question. Okay. Ma'am, the next question that I have is about this, again, north-south divide that's out there. And I want you to clarify this just like you did for GST. And this is coming from the divisible pool of taxes. By the way, guys, for those who don't know, this is just for the audience. If the center collects 1,000 crores, 41% of it in 2024 goes to all the states. So 1.8% might go to Kerala, 6% will go to Maharashtra, and so on and so forth. And the Finance Commission decides which state will get how much percent. And this pool right now is about 12 lakh crores, right, ma'am? Is that correct? Okay. Ma'am, here's where the Finance Minister of Kerala, K.N. Balgopal, argues. He says that Kerala gets only 21 rupees against every 100 rupee that Kerala collects. But for UP, this number is 46 out of 100. And for Bihar, it's drastically high. Bihar gets 70 rupees out of the 100 rupee that it collects. And here's where the north-south divide narrative comes into play, ma'am. So, ma'am, what is the logic behind dividing this pool of money between different states? And why is there such a drastic difference?
First of all, I think this narrative is somewhat distorted.
Okay.
I'm not coming into saying the numbers are distorted. I'm not even. I'm saying the principle on the basis of which this is being put out is absolutely distorted.
Okay.
I'll start from an example and I'll elaborate. Let's take Kerala. Let's take Tamil Nadu. Let's take Karnataka. If actually the total amount of revenue or taxation that you pay is the principle on the basis of which tax has to be given back to you, Kochi in Kerala would take away everything that is collected.
Yeah.
All right? Kochi, which benefits from having one of the world's best ports, which is a national port, in which Government of India's money goes in. That port is built, maintained, run, modernized, upkeep, everything is with the center. Look at the way in which complexity gets into the argument.
Yeah.
All right. Now, Kochi, therefore, also has a airport to which the Central Civil Aviation Ministry spends a lot. Okay. Kochi also has one of the biggest centers of Navy, for which central government exclusively spends money. Now, all of them have a ripple effect on the economy Kochi.
Correct.
Right? But even after that, if Kerala representatives say, Kochi gives so much tax, are you, first of all, excluding these big ticket investments, which are giving the ripple effect for the Kochi economy? And pretending that everything that which is happening in Kochi is made out of Kerala's own money. So it starts with a bit of an illogic there.
Okay.
Second, if Kochi alone is able to generate so much, what happens to Kannur? What happens to Thrissur? What happens to further up Kozhikode? What happens to Pattanamthitta? Are we then saying everything that Kochi gives, Kochi gets back? Be damned with the rest of the districts. So in the case of Tamil Nadu, everything which happens in Chennai or Coimbatore goes back to Chennai and Coimbatore. Be done with Velurs of the world. Perambalur of the world. Forget Ramanathapuram. Would you say that?
No.
You can't do anything in Ariyalur. So come similarly to Karnataka. Your Chitradurga, your Bidar, Raichur, Yadgir will all be left because every money will have to be going back to Bangalore. So what are we trying to convey? I'm not even getting to talking about, we give 1 rupee, we get only 25 paisa. No, I'm not even coming to that. First of all, as I took the Kochi example, I'll take Bengaluru example. How many industries in Karnataka and also in Bengaluru or Mangaluru are funded by the center? Leave all that. The common man travels by train. Is the Karnataka leg of the train being funded by Karnataka government? Central government funds it A to B, B to C, C to Z. Railways are fully with. Similarly, Air Force. Bengaluru has one of the Air Force big centers, Army headquarters there. One of the southern division is there. Are there not monies coming from the center?
Yeah.
So, I want this whole thing to be placed in its proper context. And again, throwing it as though it is Prime Minister Modi's government which decides on these rates is a deliberate attempt to mislead. After all, people who are sitting in governance, holding responsible constitutional positions, do realize that these are not percentages decided by Prime Minister or the Government of India. There is a constitutional body called the Finance Commission that decides it. So when that next commission comes, which is already constituted, the 16th, meet them and tell, okay, put your cases forward.
Now, what are the most important parameters that the Finance Commission considers while distributing this money from the divisible pool?
A few things remain throughout and a few others keep changing, being brought in and so on. And I know the one solid argument which the southern states would put in is about population.
Yeah.
Also put about schools and colleges and medical facilities and so on. But whatever be it, the arguments will have to be put to the consideration of the Finance Commission. And once the Finance Commission decides on the rates, we have to follow it.
So population is one parameter. Ma'am, any other major parameters?
I think education,
okay,
climate resilience,
per capita
many other things. So obviously when you talk of the state's GSDP and the population, it will all fall in place.
Okay. Ma'am, because here's where again Kerala brings another argument. Right now Kerala is facing an economic crisis. And I just did some math and they said that, from the 10th Finance Commission to the 15th Finance Commission, our share in the divisible pool has decreased from 3.8% to 1.9%.
They've said that?
Yeah.
I want to say, even before you complete your, till the constitution and completion of the work of the 14th Finance Commission, 14th Finance Commission's report was submitted in 2014. First thing which, after the Prime Minister took charge in 2014, 14th Finance Commission's report came.
Okay.
So till then, beginning the 10th till the 14th, mostly it was the UPA government.
Okay.
Mostly, in most of these UPA, Congress-led UPA governments, Kerala has had at least 5 or more ministers sitting there. Other than the Kerala government themselves, couldn't the ministers in the Kerala, in Congress-led UPA, ministers who came from Congress, tell their own government, saying, please go back to the Finance Commission, Kerala's revenues coming down, to pick it up now and throw it at us. 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th. They themselves are saying, right?
Yeah.
From the 10th to 14th, it's all been falling. It was all yours.
Because, ma'am, the argument is coming right now and it's becoming more relevant because right now they're facing an economic crisis. And I try to understand the gravity of this argument. So 3.8%...
It has nothing to do... I'm sorry to interrupt again to say, revenue falling may be one of the problems. Your own state's efficiency in collecting revenues.
What is the problem over there, ma'am? Why is it so inefficient?
I'm asking this as a question.
Okay.
Why not look at your own state's resources that you collect? Be more efficient, bring in more elements into it. And also, the borrowing on which they went to the court, to the Supreme Court, I'm asking, budgetary borrowing, extra budgetary borrowing, please account for all of them in the assembly where elected representatives of Kerala are sitting. You don't talk about the borrowing which has been extra budgetary and continuing at some level till now. Whereas you have a problem with revenue falling. If the central share is falling, I'm also asking, every state has its own way of improving their own collection, their own state's own resources.
Understood, ma'am. So you're saying that divisible pool is not a practical solution. They have to manage their economic system better.
That's also one of the things they have to give their own attention. Many states have shown rapid changes in the way in which they brought in more creative ways of revenue generation.
Okay. For example, ma'am?
Look at the way stamp duty has been handled.
Okay.
Maharashtra, for instance, during COVID, realized that unless they were going to change their approach towards stamp duty, the inventory which was sitting in real estate, meaning built properties, housing, will languish. And they changed the rate, and what a difference it made. They collected more revenue, the inventory with all the builders was cleared. Now there's fresh demand for more housing. That is one of the ways to do it. The other way to do it, there are still some items which are exclusively left to the states. In that, are you efficient? I'm not asking for an increase in tax. Because I know there is this temptation, people will immediately say that, oh, she's suggesting increasing tax. No, I'm not saying that.
Efficient tax collection.
Efficient tax collection, plug loopholes, make sure that you're using technologies to understand where evasion is happening. Loophole is one thing, evasion is another. You know, there can be people who are completely avoiding paying taxes, finding out ways in which they can skip the net.
Correct.
Are we improving all that?
Ma'am, you have done a phenomenal job with GST because the number of taxpayers is increasing, the amount of tax collected is increasing, and you brought in some revolutionary policies to make tax collection more efficient. So, ma'am, how did you do it?
First of all, I must say the readiness to adopt technology and to deploy technology to make it simple is something which Prime Minister has done in Gujarat.
Okay.
He, as Prime Minister now, as Chief Minister in Gujarat and as Prime Minister now, continuously kept us pushing, saying, can you not bring in technology to assess where it goes, how it gets collected? Can you not see using, artificial intelligence? Where you can trace the money and where loopholes are happening or where wrong hands are receiving, let us say, the refund that you're paying. Are false claims being laid, saying, I've exported so much, give me some money back, where actual export has not happened. Only paper, shuffling has happened. So, using technology for the purposes of better revenue collection has actually given us good results. Otherwise, you will be fishing, or as you say in technology-based language, internet-based language, fishing expedition would be going on. You will be, doing a wild goose chase. What we are doing now is when you do with the AI, you're able to get the entire spider's web, as it were. So one leads to another, third leads to the fourth leads to something else. So you touch one, you're able to touch everybody else. So the whole web just falls apart.
Ma'am, can you give me one example of this?
One example of this was in the input tax credit.
Okay.
In the GST. You get the credit, or if there is an inversion, you get the refund back.
Okay.
In such cases, where there is no transaction happening, but bills are being shown, you ended up having to base the bill, pay the people.
Okay.
But the bills are only paperwork. Like even in the toll tax which was moving, a truck would move up and down 2 or 3 times with no stuff in it.
Oh, okay.
And the claim would be, this truck went 4 times and therefore you have to pay us to that extent.
Okay.
When no mal was transported.
Okay.
That came to light because, particularly because Gujarat and Uttar Pradesh both came up saying something is hanky-panky here, we'll have to check it out.
How did they identify that, ma'am? One truck?
The same truck registration number. How many times will he go within a matter of 48 hours in two different distances which are more than 300 kilometers each. I'm saying roughly.
Okay.
So then they got nosy about the whole thing, and when they actually went in to find out, they got to know it.
Ma'am, this almost looks like a Netflix documentary.
That's right. Most of the customs related and GST related matters are all coming up because of these kind of mild deficiencies which officers say, They detect something and then they're curious, they want to tie up the loose ends, they end up seeing a big problem. And technology helps them today. Instead of having to, spend hours searching for where it goes, who's the fellow who ultimately receives it, because money trail is so quickly established.
This is almost like an FMCG company trying to find out leakage. That is excellent, ma'am. Ma'am, one last question. If your government comes to power, what is your vision for India from 2024 to 2029, ma'am?
I think broadly it's very well laid out. First of all, get to the third largest economy.
Okay.
Within a year and a half or two.
Okay.
Unless, something black swan, we don't know. But otherwise we should be able to.
Okay.
And work towards 2047 Viksit Bharat.
And primarily ease of doing business for that.
Yes, and to make sure that manufacturing, make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, all go hand in hand. You already have a service sector which is contributing more than 60% to our GDP. You already have an agriculture sector where there's a lot of activity today to export and give the farmer better returns on his produce. Because exporting abroad, he gets money in foreign exchange that gives him better yield, assurance that his products will be sold at that price and so on. So the comfort of export will have to also be extended. But of course, because in India, we can't be indifferent to the prices at which products will be sold. The consumer end of agricultural products is also important. Farmers important, the other end, the consumer is important. So everything going for export is going to make it too expensive, and probably goods will not be available for Indian consumers.
Correct.
So we'll have to find a balance there for agriculture and manufacturing, as I said.
So balance for agriculture, manufacturing, ease of doing business, eventually leading us to the third largest economy and the vision of 2047.
Yes.
Is that correct, ma'am? Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for being so patient with all of your answers, especially for giving examples, because I was able to understand everything. I just hope everybody else did. Thank you so much, ma'am.
It
was a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
At the OYO setting, I am the least educated, I am the least experienced, and I am the least probably proven talent in the management team.
Ritesh Agarwal, founder and CEO of OYO Rooms.
His story is the stuff that legends are made of.
Definitely one of the biggest success stories in that travel and tourism.
So a company that was growing triple-digit percentages year on year, overnight, the company lost 70% of its revenues.
After we did the Shark Tank episode, I got 2 or 3 lengthy emails saying that, OYO has taken all my money, they have not returned our money, we're not able to cope up.
Some newspapers actually at the slightest hint that there was any challenge would actually write a news story about it as an outcome saying OYO Pakka is going to not exist.
Paul Graham said that you should do things that don't scale.
My view is similar, but probably slightly unique to our business or what I have learned over the years. Founder-driven companies end up creating more value than only professional-driven companies. Education and formal university should not be seen as the same thing.
When did Peter Thiel Fellowship happen? Did this happen after you started Oracle or before?
Well, I think I'll tell you the long story.
Before we move ahead, I want to quickly thank our partners of today's episode, and that is universityliving.com. People, did you know 6.4 million students go abroad each year and they face one major and expensive problem, which is housing. UniLiving isn't just another accommodation provider, but it's a community-based, content-led, tech-enabled, global student housing managed marketplace. From sorting out your accommodation to your university fees to rental payments all the way to booking your air tickets, they have everything from start to end. It's an ultimate study abroad buddy. With a diverse range of options like private apartments, purpose-built student accommodation and homestays, Uniliving caters to every student's unique needs and preferences. All the properties are 100% safe and verified by University Living, which ensures a secured environment for students to live and study. With their user-friendly platform, you can find your dream accommodation in just a few clicks. Plus, their advanced AI tools like the cost of living calculator and study abroad buddy will help you plan your budget and will help you get personalized guidance. So if this sounds interesting to you, check the link in the description and get 10% off on their services. Hi Ritesh. This podcast is very special for me. Why? Because like I told you, I started following you 7 years back when I saw you deliver a talk at IIM. So during that time, I never thought I'll become an entrepreneur, but the aspiration that I had is, if at all I become successful, one day I should be able to talk like this guy. So it's a very big deal, and during that time I would have never thought that I would meet you in my house. So thank you so much for coming. It means a lot.
No, Ganesh, first off, thank you for having me here. You may remember we first met at the sidelines of Shark Tank, and I remember thinking that you have substantial amount of detail. And you also mentioned that you had made case studies. So after that, I've been watching those case studies, and it is incredible the level of detail that you go into. So I would actually say that you speak probably in a manner that now I aspire to speak as clearly as you do than the other way around. But thank you for having me, and thanks for the great khana. I'd love coming back here as much as I can because of the great food.
You're most welcome, man. Thank you so much. Ritesh, you know, a lot of people know you as the founder of OYO. And after doing 2 to 3 podcasts, what I realized is that the entrepreneur is known for his successful venture, but he's actually a result of the learnings that he has acquired from the failed ventures. And when I did my research, I found that you were selling SIM cards to earn money. Why were you selling SIM cards?
Look, I talked about it recently in Nikhil's podcast, but today I'll use this opportunity to go far deeper into this. We are a family of 4 siblings. I'm the youngest of the lot. The elder 3 are sort of Asian parents' dream. Engineers, 2 of them went to business school, got good jobs, married in time. So every tick mark that you can imagine. I was always a little bit of the rebel you may consider with or without a cause. So I always wanted to try and do something new. So when I was in my 3rd or 4th grade, I saw that there was probably the first computer that came to school, and there was a lot of enthusiasm around it. Only students above 6th or 7th grade were allowed to use it. So my life's mission became, how can I sort of get access to it sooner? So I would reach out to the computer teacher who had nothing to do with me, and I would say, ki mujhe sikha do, like, can I learn a little bit? Can I do something about helping you to do your job? And eventually, as life would have it, I learned some basic programming. I was able to get access to the computer lab sooner. So I was constantly, this kid was trying to do something new, something different. And you'll always find them in a classroom. In a classroom, there will always be those few kids who are constantly thinking, mujhe kuch alag karna hai, I have to do something different. I was always that kid. Now, I heard the word entrepreneurship for the first time when I was also still in my 3rd or 4th grade. Between me and my eldest sister, there's probably almost 8 years or a higher age difference, 8 years roughly. So मैं शायद 3rd या 4th grade में होऊंगा, and she had just got into her +2. So in Odisha, a lot of students go to the +2 format of education, not the 11th and 12th grade equivalent. So she goes to her +2, and then they have an event, which is an entrepreneurship event. So she's back from her college, and she says, we have an entrepreneurship event. I had never heard about this word. So I go figure out the dictionary and I read about the word. I remember hazily, it said, entrepreneurs are people who solve problems and create a business around it. I thought, ye theek hai, this is what I want to become. Not because what it meant was interesting, just because it was something new. And then sort of came this perspective of SIM card, right? So telecom was in its rapid growth phase in India. The only telecom service provider available, maybe before the early 2000s in places like Odisha, was BSNL. There used to be a BSNL telephone exchange. People would go there, receive SIM cards, things like those. Very expensive to use. I think Airtel was one of those challenger companies which was just getting started. It was a startup at that point of time, which was wanting to disrupt the broader telecom arena by making it easy to get SIM cards in the hands of people or telephones in the hand of people, making it cheaper for them, and while making sure that the experience is of high quality. So let me give some examples of what that period was like. So around the time when I started selling SIM cards, for every month of validity, you needed to spend 200 rupees of recharge time. Okay. So just for a validity. That's when they launched a program called Airtel Lifetime Prepaid, where they said, now you have lifetime prepaid, right? So zindagi bhar ke liye you can continue. So you need to only buy talk time. You don't need to buy any more validity. Weirdly, when I started Oyo again, I thought that the 999 program worked very well for me when I sold SIM cards. So Oyo started at 999.
Okay, what do you mean 999?
Price of the
price.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you remember back in the day when Oyo had started, our advertisements used to be you get a clean, comfortable room starting at 999.
Oh, so Airtel was also selling these SIM cards at a lifetime prepaid cost of 999.
Correct.
Okay.
Then I'll give you another example. You'd see a lot of little stores have the red signages of Airtel, right? Red color backlit signages. I used to sit on the back of little vans and take these signages to install them on the shops who I was selling SIM cards to. That inspired me to sort of, when I was starting Oyo, now when you drive around India, it's impossible to miss an Oyo signage. That inspired me to put the red Oyo signages on our hotels. So while it may seem like it was just a 2-year summer holidays thing of SIM cards, it left a lasting impact on me and my decisions over a period in my lifetime. I started doing this in my 6th grade during summer school. Summer holidays, partly because there was nothing much to do and I was this rebel who wanted to try and do everything new I could. Telecom was new, telecom was exciting. It was the closest that any business in a town like Raigada, where I come from, came to having any access to technology. So I thought, kuch naya hai, I want to do something about it, and I enjoyed every part of it. And I think I can go on probably for an hour about how experiences there have changed my life, but I think if I have to summarize them, understanding the small business owner in India, I think would not have happened if not for my Airtel stint. Because if you see global telecom companies, they mostly distribute using their own retail stores, right? So you will see AT&T stores, Sprint stores, and so on. India is probably one of those rare markets. I would say Indian companies have then gone and replicated this in Africa, where the distribution is not through their own retail stores. It's through the kirana shops, the telecom stores. Now, of course, internet is also adding in, but still a large part of the distribution still happens through, general trade, where kirana stores, small telephone shops are the ones retailing out SIM cards, mobile phones, and so on. And I think my time period of selling SIM cards for Airtel taught me this.
How much money did you make out of it?
Well, I don't remember, but what I do remember is the first time I made a 2,000 rupee income by selling a few SIM cards. I came and gave to my mom and I said, this is my first income. As you know, you're naive and innocent, and my mom still has it with her.
Really?
She still has that 2,000 rupees. I was recently, we were moving houses, and mom was moving something, and in one of them she pulled out and she showed the same 2,000 rupees that she has from back then. So I think, like the first earning is special, as you can imagine. Similarly, at Oyo, our first client, I've been searching her for my lifetime. I've still not found her. There was this client who came in. They were performing at a Gurgaon event center, and this was a group of artists, and they spent 70,000 rupees to book 3 nights, take over the full hotel. I still have the printout of that check. Like, I took a Xerox. I, of course, banked that check because 70,000 was very important then. But I have that framed with me, the printout. So I think the first earnings personally and for your business are always the most special. But I think if there is one suggestion I have for anyone who wants to be in consumer business in India, is please be in general trade in some form or the other, whether it is selling packaged products, telecom, doesn't matter. But if you are able to appreciate the small business owner, the small shop owner, and how they think about the user, I think your abilities will be disproportionately higher. I feel the Gumti wala, who has a little shop, probably understands more about the customer than even some of our own algorithms where we send CRM notifications and so on. And I think my aspiration remains that how can we replicate that by using technology.
So from what I make out of this is that small business owners, because they are in direct contact with the customers, they're able to understand the pain and interest of the customers much better than larger companies. So my question is, when you were this small business owner, what did you know that you wish Airtel knew about the customers?
Yeah, I think I would just say two things, right? I think the small business owner has actually three superpowers in my mind, which allows India as a unique market where I think there have been probably 5 different scenarios in the last 20 years where people have said kiranas and the small businesses are dead. And they've all sprung back, and they've sprung back with force and reinventing themselves. I think the first strength that the small businesses bring that you mentioned is they have deep relationships with their customers. The second is that the entrepreneurial spirit of the small shop owner in India or the small business owner in India is unparalleled. They work 24/7. Your viewers may have a lot of people whose parents run small shops. They'd probably have taken no holiday in their life.
Yeah.
Like they would not take any holiday because they don't want to keep their shop shut. It is so popular that in the north, you would say that very rarely anybody would say that शाम को दुकान बंद करके घर आते हैं. Nobody would say कि दुकान बंद करेंगे. The real word, the word people use is दुकान बढ़ा के आ जाओ. Because it's so important to them that a shop should not close. If a shop is open, it is open all the time. So that sense of ki my life and death is linked to this one shop is an entrepreneurial spirit. Right or wrong is a personal choice of the business person, but I think that makes a huge, like no big company can compete with that. And I think the third one is a loyal set of people who are willing to work with them through thick and thin. Because, you know, every shop owner you'll find that they would have 2-3 ekdam like loyal people who have been with them through and through across generations. Bachcho se bhi dosti hai, yaaron se bhi, sab kuch. I think that's the third thing that makes small business owners successful. What did I know that Airtel did not know? I think, first off, I think I owe a lot to Airtel and people like Ajay Puri, Manoj Kohli, who were, Ajay used to be CEO of Airtel Odisha at that point of time. He did very well at Airtel. I think recently, has retired from Airtel. And Manoj, of course, came to work at SoftBank later. I think I have learned so much from them. So I owe a lot of what I have learned to my SIM card selling days. But I think if I have to share about one or two things that I think Airtel did not know, the first is I think Airtel had a particular focus on a set of shop owners. Their particular focus was any shop owner which was in electrical or anything to do with some form of electronics or technology, they could be better distributors or sales companies. Whereas I focused almost significantly on the kirana shops. Because I saw that kirana shops had significant frequency of usage. In telecom, giving the SIM card is actually the easiest part of the job. The real job is the ARPU, which is making sure that they can have regular recharges.
Yeah.
And I thought that if we were able to focus a lot more on kirana stores, we'll be able to make a bigger difference. I don't know if Airtel knew it or not, but I think in my town, I was a lot more focused on this segment. The second is more than money. Emotional validation mattered more to my retail partners. And I'll give some secondary example of it. So Airtel would always have what is called a trade scheme. It's a very popular word in general trade. So it would say that if you sell 5 SIM cards, you'd get this much as a bonus. If you sell 20, you get this as a bonus. I replaced one of those from cash to kind.
Okay.
So instead of getting cash at 5 SIM cards, you would receive a dinner with your wife at the only hotel that Raigada had. Now that only hotel was actually a 2-star hotel. But you know, I think for our town, it was the only 5-star hotel, to be honest. And I sent letters to all their houses saying there is this dinner option. What it led to is this becoming a family discussion where the husband or the wife of whoever is running the shop would ask the other partner, saying, by when are you going to be able to sell these 5 SIM cards? Because we might as well go to this dinner. So I think these little things made a difference, which I think maybe Airtel knew. But I think more than that, at least I was able to be creative enough to say, I will come up with ideas that matters to my store owners and their families and be able to work with them to make them successful.
And this also saves cost.
This saves cost, of course.
Because a dinner is a much more cheaper kind option to give to somebody rather than giving them cash.
I think so, and you can also, of course, negotiate with the restaurant owner to get a better deal at volumes. But it's also something that people can flaunt, right? Like
exactly.
Out of 300 store owners, the 5 who went to the restaurant would say, you know, like I was called to go to the restaurant to be able to have dinner because I had a great outcome. So I think, you know, people appreciation is as or more important than monies. But I think that's one of the things that you can never have enough of or give enough of, even in a, you know, in any other business setting also. So I think that's one thing that is one that I reflect on myself, saying how can I do more of it myself as well.
This is so interesting, man. Do you mind if I give you an exercise?
No, I don't. Okay. Let's do it.
वो देना तो दाल समरखंड. Okay, so Ritesh, here's a exercise, okay?
Looks like an ITC box.
This is actually my friend's father's company.
Okay.
It's called Dal Samarkhand, and they
nice.
sell one of the best dal makhnis in Delhi.
Amazing.
Okay, and all the Bollywood actors also have it.
Nice.
Now, if you were the owner of this company, and you go to a kirana store, what are 3 or 4 questions that you would ask to gain customer insights?
Oh, good.
Have a look at this first.
I would love to, yes. It's good. It says, a companion every naan and roti deserves.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is very interesting. So what are the questions I would ask a store owner? And then I'll give you some insights that I have by looking at this.
Okay.
The first bit I would often ask is saying that, what kind of a shop owner am I going to? I would ideally like to go to a shop owner who has at least some kind of demand, because this fits 2 or 3 TGs, right? It fits the standard grocery TG, कि आप दाल लेने जा रहे हैं. If you are going to have dal, you probably, or equivalent, that you want to try and sort of say that this is probably the mass premium version of dal that I have, which you don't need to cook. Second TG that is directly connected to this is the young millennials. No time to cook, done a lot of food ordering. Someday I want to feel like I want to cook. It's not really cooking, but anything that you know, feels like cooking works. So is there a store where millennials often come? It may have nothing to do with food, but I'd still want to display it there. And the third, and I think this is an important one, is anything boutique or gourmet, where I feel like I could position this product as being relevant, high quality, or something interesting. Like you also called out that a lot of Bollywood actors use this product. It just tells you that, you know, this has influence in sort of the higher strata in the society, and hence can it impact a lot of other audiences to purchase. So that's the first question I'd ask, that aapke paas, do you have one of these 3 segments of users? Do you have millennials, as in do you have, or college students, like do you have, you know, SIM card sales? Do you have book sales? So anything in SIM cards, maybe more electronic types. Of course, the grocery is a much simpler one. And the third is, of course, anything that has influence, like a boutique shop, which could be anything like one of the D2C, you know, or a bunch of D2C products if they're there in your retail store. For example, I used to live in Vatika in Gurgaon. And right outside of that, there was a little convenience store. And the convenience store mostly stocked products which were made by small businesses, but were made for the premium segment, much like this one.
Acha, okay.
Right? Like, you know, they had rice which was grown by farmers and then was packaged by a small D2C company. And it's like I used to always call it as D2C only convenience store, where there were only D2C new age brands that I could find.
Okay.
But anyway, long story short, I think this is the first question I'd ask. The second is, I think if you think about it in terms of the price segment, this is 250 rupees. It's not cheap by any magnitude. So it's important that the customers that are coming have a salary of anywhere upwards of 6 lakh rupees.
Okay.
Because below 5 to 6 lakh rupees, I think a lot of people are going to look at it, say that this looks lovely, but should I spend it? Maybe they'll also spend a few times, but they're not going to be my regular users. And I'm a big believer of lifetime value. So I would ask that how many customers in the shop come. I'll not ask 5 to 6 lakh rupees because shop owner wouldn't know this, but I would rather ask more like what kind of people come. If they say businessmen, or they say that they are, people who work in government jobs, or they're people who, like any direction where I feel like there is some level of affluence that exists, then I would possibly like to focus a lot more. And the third, and this is a very important one, there is a very important concept called in-store placement.
In-store placement,
right?
Yeah.
When you come to a shop, there are 3 or 4 places where the customer will almost 100% times see what's going on. Right. So right above the shopkeeper's head, you'd see that often there will be a rack full of stuff, and there will be very nicely few things stacked in the area where the shopkeeper themselves is sitting. That's very important because whatever consumer sees there is more often than not what the customer is wanting to buy. So I would like to see whether the shop has a good in-store placement place, because if it has the kind of demand segment of users that I want, if it has the affluence of customers I want, then all my job is to put a proposition of my product at a place where every customer can see and ask, "Ye Samarkand kya hai?" Right? So I think these are the 3 things I would do to be able to gain insights before I come in. But I'll tell you one insight from my side. Samarkand, as you know, is in Uzbekistan. That's right, no? Uzbekistan, I think. Yes.
Okay.
Lot of invaders to India came from Uzbekistan, but that's besides the story. Uzbekistan is less than, I'm in the travel business. I was giving all kind of knowledge about retail business, which I'm not in. I was doing this like ages ago. But coming back, I think Uzbekistan is less than a 3-hour flight and is an incredibly beautiful country. I have never been there. But I just met someone who's lived in Uzbekistan for 2 years and told me about some incredible historical stories about Samarkand and Uzbekistan. And I feel like it's a story that viewers should study at some point of time. What I would do is use those stories also to sell this product, to talk about how Indian ancient history and food and delicacies that we have has an ancient connection to some of these countries. Probably they named it with that context as well. So I would probably try and use that storytelling also.
Very interesting. We should show this to Shlok. He'll be very happy. Ritesh, now that you mentioned that in-store placement is important, I still so vividly remember that every time we went inside the grocery store, there are 2 places that I look. One is, like you pointed out, right above the head of the shopkeeper, and the other is the glass. Because you go inside, somebody's buying something, the first thing you do is look down. And the moment you look down, there you have a bunch of chocolates. And some chocolates are very interesting. In fact, some of the best chocolates that I've discovered are chocolates that I could find on that glass table.
Absolutely.
Right? And that is so interesting. Do you know any other spots that we should focus on when it comes to in-store placement?
No, I think the glass is absolutely the best. Think of it very, what's amazing is that, like I was telling you, the spirit of entrepreneurship among Indian small store owners is so incredible that this is the exact same thing that you will see in modern retail, like a modern retail store, that before you are at the checkout counter, there will be a bunch of thrifty, 20, 30, 50 रुपए की चीजें that you can just pick up at the end, कि मतलब pens होंगे, छोटी-छोटी चीजें होंगी that you can pick up. The same is true for the small shop owner, where they have figured that बच्चे जो हैं उनकी थोड़ी height भी कम होती है. So they are just tall enough to see what's happening inside the glass. So a lot of chocolate companies insist they would pay money to the store owner to say कि मेरे सामान जो है यहाँ पे रहेंगे glass slab के अंदर में. And that's why you, myself,